everything you once a dream away. And we are legends every day. That's what she told me. Turn your magic on. To me she'd say, everything you once a dream away. Under this pressure, under this weight, we are diamonds. Now I feel my heart beating. I feel my heart underneath my skin, and I feel my heart beating. Oh, you make me feel like I'm alive again. Said I can go on, not in this way. I'm a dream that died by light of day. I gotta hold up the sky and say, only I own me. Now I feel my heart beating. Now I feel my heart underneath my skin, and I feel my heart beating. Oh, you make me feel like I'm alive again. Oh, alive again. Turn your magic on, Umi she'd say, everything you once a dream away. Under this pressure, under this weight, we are diamonds taking shape. Yes, we are diamonds taking shape. This life, this adventure, oh, then if
Good morning, everyone. This is your, as we'd like to say in basketball, this is your 2-minute warning. We will be starting in 2 minutes. We want to give you a chance to take your seats before we officially begin. Lots to do today, and so we are anxious to begin this program. You have 2 minutes to find the place where you would like to spend the morning. I wish I had maybe a report card to give out to all of you who heeded the 2-minute warning and found your seats. We'll say to everybody else who's standing, they were the students in school who were the collaborators, right? So they were always looking for teammates. I'm so excited to be here with you today. My name is Sonia Gant, and I have the joy of leading the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Foundation. And our work certainly dovetails with what's going to happen here today. I want you to, as I welcome you officially to the Drive Summit, I really want you to take a moment and appreciate the acronym. Developing a representative and inclusive vision for education. That's important work. It's about moving toward, as you see on your program, a new landscape in recruiting, developing, and supporting and retaining educators of color in North Carolina. And for those of you who don't appreciate how important this is actually the first intentional effort on a state level in North Carolina to build and sustain a pipeline of educators and school leaders of color. That's important work. Thank you. So today, who's in the room? I think it's always important to take a moment and take stock of that. Here today and throughout the day, you're going to be mingling with educators, of course. We cannot have this conversation without educators in the room. Policymakers are here. They're an extremely important part of the puzzle. And philanthropists who join us in this work. And I'm excited to tell you that the work isn't just being done here, but we have a large state. So there is a site in Asheville right now. Thanks to technology, people can live stream and be part of this conversation. And there are a number of people who are participating there as well. And so I'm welcoming them, but if you all can raise your hand, they'll widen the view of the room so they can appreciate everyone who's here. Well, you all are waving at me, but trust me, the cameras in the back are picking up your hands, waving at our neighbors in Asheville who are going to be joining us in this work. This summit, as many of you know, is a collaborative effort, and that's extremely important. The Office of the Governor, the Hunt Institute, and the North Carolina Business Committee for Education brought us all together here today. We want to take a moment to thank the event funders, because this couldn't be possible without their contribution. Many of them have been integral to this work. We're extremely grateful for their support. I'd like to call them out now: the Belk Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Burroughs Wellcome Fund, the North Carolina State College of Education, and the Elon University School of Education. Please give them a round of applause for their efforts. And of course, the planning partners. It takes a lot of work to pull all of this together. We're so grateful for Best NC, Education NC, the members of the Governor's Teacher Advisory Committee, the North Carolina Association of Educators, and of course, the Public School Forum of North Carolina. Please just salute them as well for all of their hard work. You know, sometimes when you plan a party, you're crossing your fingers that people will come. And so I know the organizers today are delighted to see this room full and excited about the work that we're going to take part in. So we are here on the campus of NC State University, and we can't begin any program, of course, without a welcome from the man who leads this university. Please join me in welcoming NC State's Chancellor, Dr. Randy Woodson.
Good morning, everyone. So let me start by saying we love to have you on our campus. It's finals, so if you see students walking around dazed and confused, and I hope it doesn't conjure up any memories that you all have of that nightmare that we all had, where you wake up and you think, oh my gosh, I missed my final. So it is finals, and we're thrilled to have you at NC State. And Governor Cooper, yesterday I got a call from the other governor, Governor Hunt, to remind me what I was doing today and to remind me how important it was for the people of North Carolina. So Governor Hunt is with us all today as well. You know, fostering diversity in all levels of education is critically important. Let me just read to you some sobering statistics. In North Carolina, the K through 12 teacher workforce is majority female and majority white. 80% of the teachers in the classrooms in this state are white, and 78% are women. The K through 12 student population, however, looks strikingly different. And we all know this, and we live it every day. In fact, 62% of the K through 12 student population in our great state identify as people of color. Students indicate, and we know this to be true, that to be inspired, to be motivated, and ultimately to be successful, they need to see themselves in the people before them in the classroom. And when they do, they are predominantly and overwhelmingly more successful. So we've got work to do, ladies and gentlemen, and I know that's what this conference is all about. You know, Education Week published an article in the past year entitled Teacher Recruitment and Retention, It's Complicated. And that is certainly true. It is complicated. It's not the simple narrative that we would often have people believe. It's really a complicated issue. And at NC State, as a land-grant university founded on the principle of serving the people of our state, we believe wholeheartedly in working through our great College of Education, one of the best in the country, and many other colleges of education throughout the state are represented today, including those from the UNC system. But we're committed to working on this pipeline issue. And a few examples, we bring over 100 men of color, young men of color, to our campus each spring through our BUILD program focused on helping them envision themselves in the classroom and starting to work toward coming to a place like NC State or any number of institutions to receive their degree and get into education. We also host a leadership institute for future teachers called LIFT. This summer, for example, we had many students on our campus to motivate and prepare bilingual students and students of color to get them inspired by and interested in teaching. And finally, in partnership with the great community college system of North Carolina, NC State has worked to create an associate science degree in teacher education to prepare students to transfer to universities like ours. And increasingly, that's a pathway that many students choose to take because it's affordable, it's accessible, and we need to help them use that pipeline to get to our universities. Well, my real reason to be here, first of all, Sonia, where did Sonia go? She's got over here. She's got a son here, and so the real reason we're hosting this conference on our campus is so she could come here during finals to make sure that he got up for that supply chain management final, and I think he has. But my real reason to be here is to introduce our great governor, and it is a pleasure to do so. You know, Governor Cooper was born in North Carolina, was raised by an educator, and was nurtured by one of the best public school systems in the country, both in the K through 12 system and also in the oldest public university in the country, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He has been dedicated throughout his public service, whether in the General Assembly or whether Attorney General or now as governor, to education and the preparation of the workforce. If you spend any time with this governor, you know that at NC State, our motto is think and do. Well, this governor has thought and done, and he's thought and done for the purpose of education. And if you spend any time with him, more than just a few minutes, you will hear him say, and I want to get the quote right, his goal every day when he wakes up is to ensure North Carolinians are better educated, and he starts with better educated, more prosperous, healthier, and this is for generations to come. So please join me in welcoming our governor, Governor Roy Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. Grateful for your extraordinary leadership of this great university. I know that often as I recruit companies across the country and the world, for that matter, to come to North Carolina, at the top of my list are our great universities, and particularly when companies are looking for engineers, I talk about North Carolina State and North Carolina A&T State University and the great numbers of engineers that we get from these universities. And we're grateful for the work you are doing to make sure that we improve our teacher pipeline. And we've got a lot to do, and you guys are going to be on the forefront of that. But we appreciate you, and just so you know you talked about me being a Tar Heel, but there is a picture of me on social media with Coach Keats doing the Wolfpack sign, just so you know. I've heard it from some of my friends, just so you know. But it is out there, and I'm grateful to you, Chancellor, and the College of Education, and for hosting this today. I want to thank our sponsors, the Belk Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Burroughs Wellcome Fund, and all of the planning partners that are in your booklet. A lot of people came together to put this summit in place, and over the last few weeks, I've seen a number of you out there across the state who have been very excited about this day and what was going to happen and the spark that we were hoping to get from this summit. So I'm glad to see your smiling faces here so early in the morning. We have at least a couple of legislators here today with us this morning, Representative Craig Horn and Representative James Gaylord, and there may be some more who come in, and you can announce them when they do come. Very proud to have members of my State Board of Education here, the People's State Board of Education, with Chairman Eric Davis, who is here, and Jill Kamnitz, and J.B. Buxton, and James Ford, who are here, and there may be others from the board who come a little bit later. I also want to recognize some people on my staff. My Chief of Staff, Christy Jones, is here, along with my Policy Director, Sarah Bolton, my Education Advisor, Jeff Coltrane, and my Teacher Advisor, LaTanya Patillo, and along with Caroline Sullivan, who leads the North Carolina Business Committee for Education. A lot of people coming together to pull this together. So I want to thank you for that. And you're going to have an amazing array of speakers and conversations today about what happens. And I am listening. I'm going to wait for this report. I'm going to be excited about it. You're going to hear about the executive order that I signed yesterday that's going to create this task force to begin the process of carrying out this plan. So we are very much excited. And Chancellor had it right. I want a North Carolina where people are better educated, where they are healthier, where they have more money in their pockets, and they have opportunities to live lives of purpose and abundance. That is my mission statement. And when you think about the topic of this summit today, the issue of diversity, I walk across the state and across the country telling people that North Carolina is open for business for all kinds of people, that we value our diversity, that we see that diversity makes us stronger. Private companies have already figured that out. When you are more diverse, your bottom line increases because you get more points of view and you're able to approach problems more holistically, and you're able to get to a bottom line quicker with greater, more thoughtful input. So we know, just started off, diversity makes us better. One of the reasons that we're working in state government now in our contracting to attract more historically underutilized businesses having more minority contractors come and participate, because not only does that give more opportunities to more people, it drives down the cost for taxpayers because you got more people bidding on projects, and you are creating something that is positive for our economy and positive for the taxpayers. So we know diversity is a strength, and we know that it makes us better. So now we can get into the research that proves it in education. I do say better educated first is the first thing that I want, because I believe that's where the opportunities lie. And when I say investment in education, I mean from cradle to career. We know the importance of those formative years during brain formation and how important it is to have educational interaction and children hearing words and making sure that we invest there. But we also know that one of the very best ways to make sure that we have better education in North Carolina is to have a high-quality teacher in every classroom. We're having some debates in the public arena right now over the budget with legislators. And, you know, I was meeting with some Republican and Democratic legislators, and we had some differences over private school vouchers and slapping letter grades on schools and all of these issues that we have debates about. But there were two things that we all agreed would improve public education. And one was a quality principal in every school and a quality teacher in every classroom, and letting them go do their jobs that they were trained to do. And our challenge right now is getting enough quality teachers into the system. We need thousands and thousands and thousands more quality teachers coming into our systems. Some school systems are operating on substitutes almost year-round in their system because they cannot attract enough quality teachers. So, overarching to this issue that we're talking about with diversity in the teacher workforce, let's remember all the things that we need to do to attract more young people to come into the teaching profession. One, of course, is pay. We've got to continue every single year to invest in not only teacher pay, but all of our educators, our non-certified school personnel, our universities, our community colleges, and our retirees as well. We need to continue to make that investment. And I believe when you're looking at continuing to erode the tax base with more corporate tax cuts and things that will prevent us from making the strong investments in education, we've got to make those right priorities. And we're in the process of debating that now. We need to lift the respect for the entire profession. I spend a lot of time in our schools. I'll have to admit that one of the reasons that I do that is because it makes me happy. I go into our schools. I'll often meet with teachers, teacher advisors, principals, social workers, counselors, school resource officers, people who are on the ground every single day. And I see the great things that are happening. Yes, we have improvements to make. But you hear a lot of grumbling from people on the outside about what's happening in public education, and rarely do they ever go into a school. Rarely do they ever talk to the people who are actually doing the work. And when you do, you see the positive things. So I visit a lot of classrooms, and one question I always try to ask: how many of you are thinking about being a teacher when you grow up? A lot better in the younger grades than in the higher grades. But one thing we've got to do is to redevelop two of our best recruiters. We've lost two of our best recruiters. That is our parents and our teachers. Not as many parents and teachers are encouraging their children and their students to get into the teaching profession. So in all of the efforts that we are talking about, we need to be lifting up this profession, saying we value it, and we do it by showing that through pay. We do that by master's pay and more pay for rewarding people for making themselves better. We do it by not making teachers have to pay for their own substitute when they take a personal leave day. We do it by investing more in teacher supplies and giving them the help and the training they need. And we need it with so much more robust Teaching Fellow scholarships in North Carolina. I feel so strongly about this program because not only are we getting more quality students into the teaching profession with the Teaching Fellows program, we're sending a signal to everybody that the state values people who are willing to get into the teaching profession. I remember serving on one of the very first, I think it was the very first committee that chose the new Teaching Fellows scholars. I was in the state legislature at the time. And as they walked in for interview after interview and looking at their backgrounds, I said, we're getting the top of the class. We're getting the very best people who are willing to be teachers. When we say to them, we think this is so important, we will pay for your 4 years of school if you will give us at least 4 years teaching in our public schools. What a great deal all around. We need them in all of our institutions, and we need them to attract teachers into the profession. Teachers are the number one factor in raising student achievement in North Carolina, and they're one of our greatest resources. And you heard the Chancellor talk about the statistics, about more than half of our students identify as students of color, but only 20% of our educator workforce are people of color. And research is pretty dramatic that shows that all students benefit from a more diverse teacher workforce, but particularly students of color who are more successful in school when they have a diverse teaching population leading their classrooms. Representation and inclusion leads to equality for all students. The research shows that a representative educator workforce leads to better outcomes for students through increased opportunity, for higher expectations for that child, and really demanding that that child do better in school, and access. It also leads us to help fulfill that requirement in our Constitution that every child in this state, no matter where they're from, no matter what color they are, no matter what social status, what social economic class, every child is entitled to a sound basic education. I recognize the importance of inclusion in our teacher workforce, and that's why I proposed a $1.8 million pilot program in my budget. And although that hasn't passed yet, we are hoping that this can be included at some point in the future. And at today's summit, you'll have an opportunity to hear firsthand and from each other how important it is to address this issue that we're facing now. And we need a real commitment from all of our stakeholders across the state to do all that we can for this issue in order to benefit all students. And that is why I have signed Executive Order number 113, establishing the DRIVE Task Force that will take what we learned today and use that to develop a strategic statewide plan of action with real goals and tangible strategies that will help us address both the challenges and opportunities that are here taking on this task. I think addressing diversity in the teacher workforce head on will help us not only improve the quality of our teacher workforce and the representation in our teacher workforce, but will help us increase the teacher pipeline altogether, which is something that we know that we need to do. I also say to you today that our historically black colleges and universities have to play a crucial role in this process. We need every one of these campuses having teaching fellows coming from these campuses. We need the chancellors of these institutions to make this a priority and to make sure that they are participating in this process. But it is also important that we can't just leave it to them. We cannot do that because this has to be a robust effort for all of us. All of us in this room will play an important role. And I want to, for the last thing I want to say to you, this summit today is a beginning. It is not a calm one-off, let's talk about this and go away. This summit is a beginning. So what you do today is crucial because it will be the start of our DRIVE task force, which is going to tackle this issue, which is going to measure goals, and we're going to get to the kind of teacher workforce that we need to make sure that every student in North Carolina has a chance. I am so grateful for the public school education that I received, that my 3 daughters received, so grateful that my mom was a public school teacher. I know we are capable of great things in North Carolina, and today is going to help us fulfill that mission. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate it.
I want to thank Governor Cooper for his commitment, both of resources, and you heard him speak about the passion that he feels about public education here in North Carolina. When I was talking with a schools advocate in Charlotte yesterday and mentioning what I was going to be doing today, he shared with me, he said, if there's no talk about increasing the North Carolina Teaching Fellows scholarships, they're not serious about this. Because he's been in this fight a long time. And so, Governor, it was wonderful to hear you mention that program. Just know that when I can share that news with this gentleman, he'll be very excited to hear because he believes that makes a difference. So throughout the day, you've heard, you're going to be hearing from experts, both those from here in the state and around the country, about how we recruit, how we prepare and support and retain, most importantly, educators of color. We're going to begin this morning discussion, and you see our panelists getting ready, by taking a look back at the history of equity in public education in our state. And then we're going to delve into the evidence that you heard the Chancellor allude to earlier about the importance of having teachers of color and the impact that it has on all students, not just students of color. Our morning breakout sessions will focus on identifying specific keys to success when it comes to the recruiting, the preparation, and retaining of a racially and ethnically diverse educator workforce. We're going to come back together at lunch for an amazing keynote that will include an armchair discussion between former U.S. Secretary of Education John King and Rodney Robinson, who is the 2019 National Teacher of the Year. And then we're going to do something, I love the way they put it here at NC State, and Governor, I have to say I'm a Tar Heel as well, but there are a few pictures of me doing this as well. You heard my son is here. But since we're at NC State, we're going to adopt the model of think and do, because we would have set the foundation in the morning. You're going to have a great lunch. I know it's going to inspire you. And then the afternoon, so you're having your time to think. But the afternoon is really going to be about taking those thoughts we've had, the foundation that's laid, and being collaborative and doing, and beginning to do some goal setting. After lunch, as we said, we'll do that, and it'll give you a chance to and an opportunity to really engage with those who work in similar areas that you do. We'll conclude the day with closing remarks, of course, and a reception where we will be treated to a performance by Kids Notes. I think many of us share what, Governor, I could relate when you said you want to feel happy. Go into a school and see some students. So it's a perfect way for us to end the day. I hope you're going to plan to be here all day, engage in some great conversations with your colleagues from across the state in the evening, and really talk about what we've accomplished today, what you learned, and just the strategies that you're excited about. So I want to take a moment before we begin to just kind of orient you to some of the tools that you have in front of us that we're going to be using throughout the day. And this is especially important for those of you who like to ask questions and maybe feel like the moderator didn't quite get to your question. I'm going to tell you how you can do that. So first of all, in your program booklet, I hope you've taken a look at the agenda that's there. It lays out a map of the student union, so that'll help you get to the breakout session. You'll also be able to read all of the information you want to know about the speakers who are joining us today. The event app, for those of you who would prefer to be on your phones, there is an event app, and it gives you another way to access all of the information that's in your program booklet. Now, at registration, you should have also received an issue brief. And if you didn't have a chance to get one, I do invite you to go and get it. It takes a look at everything you want to know about this issue in the state. So you should have that. And it gives you also kind of where we are in North Carolina when it comes to this issue. Also highlights efforts that are going on across the country. So if you want to compare and contrast some of what's happening across the U.S., you'll be able to do it within the brief. The Drive Summit is extremely excited to partner with Reach NC Voices and EdNC to share additional information about the summit and also to allow you to ask questions during this morning's panels and during the lunch keynote. So if you have not done this already, now's the time to pull out your phone and text the number that you see on the screen. It's right down there at the bottom, 73224. When you do that, what you're doing is signing up for alerts that will be sent to you throughout the day, and it'll be back up in a minute, I promise. It's also going to allow you to engage in questions. So we're going to push out a question to you, but then we're also inviting you to submit your questions. For both panels this morning, as well as during the lunch keynote, this is how you will interact with us. So if you want to ask a question, you do need to sign up for Reach, and if you hold on in just a second, we'll put the number back up there. And I think you can see it at the top. You're texting Drive Summit to 73224. 73224. That was a lot. All the logistics are out of the way. Are you ready to begin? Okay. Are you ready to begin? I know I have some former teachers in the room. They would not begin class unless they felt like everybody was ready. Are you all ready to begin? Yes. Wonderful. Well, it is my delight to now welcome to the stage Representative Zach Hawkins of North Carolina's 31st House District in Durham. He's coming to bring greetings on behalf of the North Carolina General Assembly, and then we'll kick off our first panel. Please welcome Representative Hawkins.
Good morning, educators. As a former educator, I know that your voices are a lot louder than that. What is it? Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. I'd like to bring greetings on behalf of the North Carolina House of Representatives. I see my colleague, Representative Galliard, in the audience. The 120 of us from Murphy to Manio are trying to get you a state budget in January. We hope that we can absolutely do that. But I want to thank the organizers for today's event, because for far too long, race has played a role in education. From separate and unequal schools to my grandmother's lifelong dream of becoming a teacher and having to attend an HBCU because that was her only choice. From having to then teach in segregated schools and eventually later in her career, integrated school. My mother in Beaufort County, the big city of Chocowinity, North Carolina. People know what Chocowinity is. She integrated those schools in the 1970s. It was spat upon for trying to bring equality to our schools. All have played a role in including historically low teacher pay and to a lack of teachers, especially teachers of color, and especially to students of color and their achievement. Educators of color have made all the difference in my life. I'll never forget Miss Godley in 3rd grade. Her husband was my barber, and anytime I did something in school, it got right back to my parents. I'll never forget Mr. Lee. He was the first African-American male teacher that I saw, and he affirmed my presence daily. And so I want to make sure that you understand today, that you please understand that what you do today will help affirm a lot of kids across North Carolina. They deserve it, and it will help us build a better North Carolina. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for the announcements today. Please give him a round of applause. To potentially have HBCUs play a role in the Teaching Fellows program. My sister went to NC State and was a teaching fellow. And so I've come from a long line of teachers. I see another one of my colleagues here, if you raise your hand. And so God bless you, educators. God bless you for everything you do every single day. And God bless the great state of North Carolina. Please have a productive day on behalf of the students and teachers and former students that will, the future students that will come into the classroom. And I want to make sure that you know that you have the full support of North Carolina House District 31 in Durham County, but you also have the full support of all of my colleagues in the North Carolina House of Representatives. So I'd like to bring James Ford up so that he can begin the program, but I can't tell you how amazing the work is that you do. And I believe that, as the governor said, the Drive Conference will make a difference in North Carolina. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me confess, first of all, my name is James E. Ford. I am the Executive Director of CREED, the Center for Racial Equity in Education, and I'm excited to have this conversation with you all this morning. I'm even more excited because of the distinct pleasure that I have, that is to be able to moderate a panel with some luminaries who will be able to offer some incredible insight on this very topic. We have with us the Honorable Francis Cummings, former North Carolina representative, and also the former president of NCAE. That's right. We also have Dr. Dudley Flood, former Associate State Superintendent of North Carolina Public School, DPI, Department of Public Instruction. And we also have the Honorable, yes, please. And the Honorable Howard Lee, former North Carolina Senator and former chairman and former chair of North Carolina State Board of Education. So what brings me here? Well, one is I am a black male educator. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause, I think. But additionally, I come to you because I'm concerned about racial equity, and that is equalizing opportunity for students of color. I am the second black male North Carolina Teacher of the Year. The first was Dr. Johnny McFadden in 1970, who also was from Charlotte-Mecklenburg, by the way. Maybe something about Charlotte, I don't know. But I represent a very small percentage of educators in the state of North Carolina and writ large. I know what it is to step into a classroom and be able to obtain a matter of instant capital merely by my presence. You see and feel the eyes on you, kind of wondering, how did you get here? Who are you? And it affords you a level of currency. Now, you still have to teach. Agreed? But we know what that means. We know what it means to be able to speak and be able to code switch, to be able to adapt to the different cultural norms of the folks in our classroom. And so this topic is incredibly important for us. Earlier this year, the Center for Racial Equity released 2 reports, Deep-Rooted and Erasing Inequities, where we analyzed the history of race and education in North Carolina. We also looked at the current state of racial equity. And what we found was that there's a historical legacy of black excellence when it comes to schools in North Carolina. that despite being segregated and underfunded, that oftentimes they produced excellent and consummate black educators. When we talk about the diversity gap that exists here in North Carolina and across the community, it's important to understand that this is not an uncaused first cause. That as a result of desegregation and integration efforts, we ended up shedding and laying off a lot of expert black talent. In North Carolina, 3,000 teachers were laid off between 1968 and 1976. You think about all of the competencies and the abilities that we lost as a result of that, and that brings us where we are to the fore, where, as you heard, 80% of our teachers are white, but we also have a fast-growing Latinx population. 17% of our students are, 2.3% of our teachers are. And so if 90% of all the courses taken by white students are taught by white teachers, whatever advantage there is to being taught by a same-race teacher seems to be concentrated into the hands of our white students and seems to be at the detriment of our students of color. So that's what brings me here, and it's part of the reason that we begin in this conversation. And so with the allotted time that we have, I want to allow each of our esteemed panelists to weigh in with about 5 minutes to tell us what brings you to this work and what was your personal experience as you all endured North Carolina's desegregation and integration story. And Honorable Ms. Frances Cummings, you could begin.
A blessed good morning to each of you. I'm delighted to be here this morning, and I'm indeed pleased that you're here. My early years in education started at the age of about 20 years old, a high school teacher in Robeson County. I'm very familiar with and am part of the segregation era, where we had 3 buses trailing each other going to 3 different schools. And if you went down a certain road, then you might have run into 4 buses. In 1965, I was placed in a new high school, the Lumberton Senior High School, with all white students and, of course, all white teachers. If I could sing like Jennifer Hudson, I'd probably say I've been through the storm, but I made it.
All right.
In 65, with the all-white staff and students, we used for a while freedom of choice. It was a lonely time being there by myself, but I said I made it. I really learned how to make my way through. I had been prepared in a historically black college, thought I got a good education. I was ready to meet whatever came my way. The principal knew that he better be respectful, else I would call NCTA, NCAE, NEA, and we'd take him to task. I was tested and tried. My many responsibilities, I was assigned the first year. We had to bring accreditation to the high school. I was chair. We had a departmentalized. I was chair of the business and office education department. I was given many, many responsibilities and tested, but I made it through. Never had there been more serious testing than what I got going through the Lumberton Senior High School. I got along well with my teachers and administrators, with the students, the parents, the board. I guess the most important person that I relied on was my superintendent. He asked me to come to the school. The supervisor asked me to come to the school. So I knew I had a friend in him. He was there when I needed him. I think at this point we can attest to the fact that we have an institutional cancer in our system, and it is racism. But I look to you, and many, many teachers and students look to you and your colleagues to help move us through, or help move them through. I am delighted to say that during those years, I think there were 7 years before teachers came over to Lumberton Senior High School, I had one student, to give you a typical example, I had one student to call me the N-word. Then I had an English teacher of years. She was quite recognized in the school. I had to teach her how to say Negro. After having gone through many, many experiences, dealing with teachers, proving that I was there to do a good job and I was going to do it, I ended those first 3 years without any other black teachers on a high note. In fact, I became Teacher of the Year after about the third year.
All right.
Those were my early years in the public schools at Lumberton Senior High School.
Appreciate you sharing that. Dr. Flood, can you talk about your experience through this era?
Thank you. I had the good fortune of having been born and reared in the little town of Winton, about which you've never heard. And really? I'd like to have lunch with you. And I really mean that when I say good fortune, because Winton was a population maybe 3 times the size of this room, those who are here now, and everybody knew everybody. It was a triracial community, African Americans, Caucasians, and American Indians. And because of that, it was pretty difficult to find somebody to hate because you knew everybody there and everybody there knew you, so we didn't have a license to do much hating each other. But we didn't get to formally interact. We did a lot of informal interaction. I was privileged to live right on the riverbank, which means that the only recreation in town was the river. And if you wanted to go to it, you had to come by my house. So whomever you were, you better fraternize with me if you want to get in the river. And you did. Now, I attended the C.S. Brown School, which is an historic school by any measure, and in my humble opinion, probably the best school I've ever been in. I've been in a few thousand schools. I've been in every state in the United States except South Dakota, and I've seen schools, and I've seen none that I thought were better than the C.S. Brown School in Winton. I said was. Not now, but it was the best school. Now, I'll tell you why I said it was the best school. In the first place, it was an all-black school, but it had begun as a boarding school many years ago. And all the people who were black who wanted to go to high school from the region came there because there were many elementary schools, but no high schools for blacks. So my mother went there, and my dad had spent a few years there. He was an actual alumnus of the 5th grade, give or take, but my mother had something called a normal school training. She had something called a blanket certificate. That is, she could teach anything all the time to anybody. However, having 9 kids, of which I was 8th, her full-time job was right there in the house. And it was a job. I recognize that. But when I went to school, I was able to conjugate the verb to be in 6 tenses because of having been exposed to that parent, not the parents, because Daddy could split a verb with the best of them, but Mom insisted on 2 things. First, she said, you have to be articulate, because if you're articulate, people think you're bright. And if they think you're bright, they treat you as though you were. And eventually you tend to become what you think people think you are. And so I subscribe to that, and I still do, and I teach it to every child I get a chance to talk to. That is, you have to become articulate. And the second, she said, you have to develop a vocabulary, because words are the currency of thought. And if you don't have a vocabulary, you'll not be able to think clearly. And so we used to get the Reader's Digest, and there was a thing in there that said it pays to increase your word power. And that and the Bible were required reading in my household. I wasn't enjoying either at the time, but it was required reading. And I became prolific in both those. Followed one and prolific in the other. But given that background, I say that to say this. I know that my school was not the typical African-American school. I know that. And I learned that more prolifically later in life when I was able to visit other schools and other circumstances and to find out what some of the deficits were. But even though that was the case, I came away believing that if you persist in something, whatever it is you persist in it, you get pretty good at it over time. And it has little, if anything, to do with all the things we hear about now that is prohibitive to your getting along well. So when I began teaching because that was the only profession that I'd never heard anything pejorative about. My whole upbringing, I never heard anything pejorative said about a teacher. I didn't hear it from teachers. I didn't hear it from every other profession that I knew that I might have wanted to aspire to. I had heard pejorative things about. Now, it turns out they weren't all true, as all generalizations are false, including this one. But I'd heard about them. My dad's favorite joke was that when he died, he wanted to die like Jesus. And he wanted to have his preacher on his right and his lawyer on his left. And I said, how is that like Jesus? He said, didn't Jesus die between two thieves? I said, well, given that kind of orientation, I never heard a negative about a teacher. Now, the reason I end with that is that I want you to understand something. We're not without fault, we teachers. I'm still a teacher, shall be until I die. We're not without fault when we denigrate our own profession. And one of the reasons that we're not able to cause people to gravitate to the profession is they've heard so much negativity about it. I know it has faults. I know my family has faults, but you're never going to get that out of me. You're never going to get that out of me. We shut the door and fight like cats and dogs, but when you come, we're going to hug one another, our arms around each other. And when you leave, now where were we? We'll pick that up. I don't hear good things coming from the people in my profession about the profession. And I don't know how you think you can cause somebody to gravitate to something that you've denigrated. How can you expect a reasonable person? You've said how bad it was, how ugly it was, all the things bad that have happened. And then this little tangential thing that we talk about. Those who can do, those who can't teach. I knew from the day I started breathing I could be anything that I decided I wanted to be. Because I never identified black as being all of me. When I look in the mirror, what I see is a consummate educator who is extremely easy to get along with. Oh, by the way, he's also black. So I don't let that be your definition of me. And if that's your definition, it's your problem. That ain't how I define me.
Yes, sir.
So when I was asked to come somewhere and work, I went there knowing they had an asset. When I get on a board, I know the board is better off because I'm on it. I don't care which board it is. I served for 12 years on the Board of Governors. It hasn't been anywhere near as good since I left. Yeah.
Dr. Flood, I know better than to cut off a good Flood story. But I have been tasked with keeping us on time, so I pray your forgiveness.
Oh, you're doing your job.
And Senator Lee, I am so sorry they sat you next to Dr. Flood, where you had to follow this act.
He is my hero. So
Same.
I think one of the greatest things that happened in my life is that I went to a bad segregated school. Because in that bad segregated school, there were some of the most fantastic, dedicated, and talented teachers. It is because of those talented teachers that I came to understand that no matter how many barriers are put in one's place, in one's path, a good teacher can overcome all of those bad things and produce successful students. Without that support, without that emphasis, I am not sure that I would be sitting here today. Now, of course, I had one teacher who was very strong and supportive, to whom I said one day, I don't see the value of education as a black kid growing up in the South, and I grew up in a little town called Lithonia near Atlanta, Georgia. And I think I'm just going to drop out of school and go to work. And she said to me, in no uncertain terms, you stay in school, because if you commit yourself and you listen to us and you accept what we say to you, I have no doubts that while I can't promise you'll ever have an opportunity to succeed or do anything, I can promise you this, that if the opportunity ever comes, you'll be prepared to take full advantage of it. And that's what I see in schools practically every day. I have been committed to educating. I grew up in a household where my mother was a teacher. She, of course, graduated 1 month after I did from college, but she taught for 36 years. And so I've had it ingrained in me. And so every day, even now, at 85, I'm still very much involved in schools and working with kids. And I often get the question from young boys and young girls in school. They often ask, Mr. Lee, how did a man like you become a man like you? And that gives me an opportunity to share with them the journey I have had. And in many ways, that journey I experienced is very much parallel to the journey that many of the poor kids are experiencing today. And so I think it is extremely important to have a diversified workforce. But I think one thing we need to understand is that it will take a long time for us to diversify the teaching core as a pure teaching core. So I think we need to have alternative approaches to being able to fill this void. One approach is, when I was in the Senate, I introduced legislation that would bring back retired teachers. And I think it is important if we could get some of these retired teachers who've had experiences back in the classroom and to have them in contact with students. Now, I know some of them are tired, but still, we need them back in the classroom. I speak to a lot of corporate employees. You know, in the minds of a lot of people, there is residing a deep interest in wanting to be a teacher. And so I hear employees often say, you know, I would love to teach after I retire. And so I have talked with a number of employees who would like to get experience, Dean, of being trained on how to be a classroom teacher, because now they can afford to be a teacher. They can get back in the classroom, they have their retirement, and they can bring that experience that they've had back into the classroom. Wow. Don't overlook the fact that while we're waiting to diversify the workforce, role models are extremely important. In my own life, there was one man who was not a teacher, but who impressed me and helped me shape the direction in which I was able to grow up and move. His name was John Wesley Dobbs, and I learned later in life that he was Maynard Jackson's grandfather. But he used to come see my mother wearing a shirt, a tie, and a suit, and carrying a briefcase. And as a young boy growing up, my dream was to grow up to be like Mr. John Wesley Dobbs, wearing a suit, a tie, and carrying a briefcase. I finally did it, finally made it. My point being is that people don't have to be teachers to be influential with students. So as I, every day through my institute, as I work within the schools, I encourage teachers to bring in external individuals to help impact their students. So we've got a three-pronged approach, a track that I think we can pursue, and I'll end with this. One is obviously to work hard, to work with schools of education, to encourage students at an early age to think about teaching as a career. I'm very proud to say that my wife, my mother, my sister, and now my granddaughter, who lives in Georgia, is a math and science teacher. So I know we need to do that. The other is, let's not overlook the need to bring in role models. And third, let's not overlook the fact that retired employees from other careers can make second careers being teachers. I think it's an exciting time to be here. I'm delighted to be a part of the Hunt Institute, as well as my own, and engaged in helping to resolve this problem. I think we can do it, but we have to take it step by step in certain increments and not become discouraged because we don't see the numbers blooming as quickly and as fast as we'd like to see them.
I'd like to set up, before I give you another chance to respond, and I do wish we had much more time to allow you all to dispense your wisdom. But you all have done an expert job of offering some counter narratives, I think, both about what it is to have been a black educator at a time, even when you were isolated, right, and going through that experience, what it is to be on the receiving end of what might be considered an excellent segregated school, and then what it was like to experience a bad segregated school with excellent and consummate teachers in that school. We're in a different context than the times before, where a wide open market of things that black and brown folks can do with their talents has emerged. So what sort of lessons can we learn from history about the present context in recruiting, preparing, and retaining educators of color in this new environment where they could virtually do whatever else they wanted to do with their gifts and with their talents?
I'm going to back up because I think I had 1 minute left on my earlier.
My watch says you got 1 minute. That's right. You go and take that 1 minute. Forgive me. Yes, ma'am.
I brought this with me on March 3, this year, of course. I received a letter that took about 2 weeks to get to me, and it was because I had experienced 2 floods. But I wanted to share this with you because it sort of sums up 47 years ago, my experience that I had. This young man says, there have been many times, almost always when I'm writing, that I think of you. He goes on to say, all of that would, and that was some of his experiences, would have been incredibly difficult, if not impossible, without the impact you had on my life. If your ears are burning, and I'm skipping some part, if your ears are burning at times, it's because I am somewhere singing your praises in a seminar. I'll be talking about the impact people have on our lives, and your influences immediately come to mind. I'm almost at a point in America's life at times at which I have at least an inkling of how difficult it was for you in the late 60s in Lumberton. While I certainly can't bring those years back and make them right for you, I can tell you that I appreciate your sticking it out for the benefit of all of us who crossed our paths. Wow. And he just says, thank you, seems inadequate, but thank you. Now, that was 47 years ago that I had an experience with this young man, but it was like a month and a half ago that I got this thank you. But what I learned in answering your question, education has no color. You want to refresh them again? They probably forgot what you are proposing to us as a question.
How does history in the context of history versus where we are now, what lessons can be carried forward to recruiting, retaining educators of color in a radically different political and social context?
It is so different now Number one, we're going to have to do a better job of recruiting, a better job at preparation. We need individuals who are there for, let's say, the minority, the black teachers, to be sure that they have what they need. We need a better educational system or strain of learning or experiences outlined for our Afro-American teachers or minority teachers. White teachers need it also. But the interaction, if we don't train them, if we don't show that education has no color, we get in there, we do our job, we are more humanistic in our approach, then we are not going to change the atmosphere of what we have now. And it definitely has gotten worse in the school system. I talk to young people, and they tell me about experiences that they've had in traveling with groups, whatever. They tell me that non-minority teachers are not kind. Well, that's not good. That's not good. So it behooves the superintendent, the principals, lead teachers to just sit one-on-one and have a little talk with your colleagues. Let's make it better for children, all children, so that they can learn, so that they will be happy. Our kids are not happy. I think that's why we are seeing more and more kids on drugs, more kids dropping out of school. We have a greater part to play in the education of our children.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Lee or Dr. Flood, what can we do in this new context?
I believe that if we were to begin to focus more on the professional aspects of what teaching is, and how do you draw a professional to the workplace? The first consideration any professional has is, how will I be managed? All the research will tell you that out of all the other instances, when I went to work, I didn't know what my salary would be. I wanted to know, how will I be managed? How do you leave here and go to here, if that's what your distinction is? We don't have a paradigm that's clear to us. But if I were to begin teaching as a first-year teacher, what would I be doing 10 years, 20 years, 15? What if I were the best teacher on earth? Would I still be doing the same thing the same way? So whatever the race, but that's more true of minorities, because there are fewer options to get to the top of something. It doesn't matter so much what the something is. Getting to the top of it, there are obstacles. So if we were to have all of our leaders to be aware of those obstacles, and the second is the predisposition that leaders need to have, that when they make a decision about somebody about whom they know almost nothing except what was on the resume, and if you're just going to read the resume I wrote, you'd make me president of the United States right quick. I wish that you would know more than that, and I wish that there would be some instrument through which you could know more than that. And the interview is helpful in some of the other stuff, but having an opportunity for us to interact in a way that we really understand what is the value this person brings to what you're asking him or her to do. I think that's critical for recruiting educators, and particularly true for minority educators.
You know, teaching can be tolerable by individuals who feel that they have the support of the community and parents. And I think one of the factors we have to recognize now is that with the assignment of students out of their comfort area, their physical environment, to other different environments, becomes somewhat of a challenge for people trying to get the support of the community. Because if a kid leaves Southeast Raleigh and is moved to North Raleigh, the parents are not there, generally not very comfortable, and I've heard it constantly from parents. But also, there are other institutions in the community that could make life tolerable if indeed they had the ability to be supportive and engaging with schools. I have experimented with some of that, and that is one factor that I think is important. The other is the governor emphasized early on about leadership. I'm a very strong advocate for putting more power at the schoolhouse level in the principal, because a principal can indeed make a difference in terms of both recruiting and retaining. I work with a young principal in Durham now who took over a school 3 years ago where the turnover rate in that school was about 40% each year. He has reduced that to 5% for the last 2 years. And he has diversified the workforce within that school because he has gone out and actually recruited teachers and given them a reason to believe that this is going to be an exciting workplace. So if we get good principals, regardless of their ethnicity, and give them the power to make decisions and take some of the hierarchy influence and interference out of that principal's ability to do that. The third is being able to get people introduced to education and teaching early. I see Representative Craig Horn here. I'm delighted the legislature finally got smart enough to put the Teaching Fellows Program back in place, at least partially. And I hope that we will continue to move in that direction, and I will have a greater, higher respect for the legislature when that occurs. The third and final point is we have tried an experiment in some of our schools of getting students introduced to teaching as a fun thing to do early on. And that is asking the high-performing students to partner with struggling students and let them teach the struggling students and get them up to grade level, and it has worked wonderfully in the schools in which we've tried that. So these are things that seems to me in this environment we can do to begin to at least introduce the thought early on, and at the same time recognize there are certain social actions we're taking that are interfering and impacting negatively on the quality of teachers we have in our schools.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to ask one more question before we open it up to the audience. I'm going to take a matter of executive privilege here. If you consider yourself an educator of color in this room, can you please raise your hand? As a matter of fact, can you please stand up? I want to acknowledge you. You may be seated. I can state personally, this is the largest gathering of educators of color I've seen in North Carolina since I've been here. Okay. With this dais and all the wisdom and the knowledge you all have, can I, before we open it up, can you offer just some words of encouragement to the educators of color who are actually in the field? As you mentioned, there's lack of career ladders, lack of incentives. We also lose a lot of teachers of color in North Carolina as well. So what words of encouragement would you offer these teachers and educators?
Education doesn't show racism. As an Afro-American teacher, I would encourage you, number one, just be human, be kind, be accepting, be strong. It is difficult to work, especially today in the environment that you're in. But you know that you know what you're doing. Stand up, be strong, interactive, seek additional training, seek additional help from your principal. Give him or her, the superintendent, some advice on what it is that you need and how you think you can help the other minority teachers and other teachers. We are all in this together. And education knows no color. You know that Afro-American children do better when they see you. So if you work your 3 years, 4 years, and you leave, then you've done an injustice to your little sister or your little brother. So hang in there and do the best that you can do. That's my advice.
Strive as you can to be an asset. to the whole ethos of the school. On a personal basis, I used to be an athlete. No, I don't look like it now. But I played 3 sports. I played baseball, basketball, and football. And I was never once the best player on any of those teams. But I was the best player for each of those teams. Each of those teams was better because I was on it. Everywhere I taught, I was never the best teacher in that school, but I was the best teacher for that school. And anybody who taught with me will tell you that when I was principal, I don't think I was the best principal in the world. I was the best principal for other principals to be around. Try, if you can, to create an environment in which you are a resource to other people. If you can do that, you'll be astonished at how quickly you grow, A, to be respected, and secondly, to feel much better about what you're doing there.
I think when you enter a classroom as a teacher, you start with yourself recognizing that you're bringing bias into that classroom and that the students are coming with bias into the classroom. And sometimes these two biases can conflict. And the teacher, it seems to me, has to be the person who manages the environment in such a way that each can overcome whatever the barriers are that allows them not to connect with each other. And I think it's equally important for teachers of color, because many of the students of color also come with believing that others in the school will be discriminating against them and will not give them a fair shake. The second is try to have conversation and open up discussions within that school, and you may be the ones to have to lead it, on how people are feeling, both about themselves as well as about their students, and what kind of challenges are they facing trying to educate their students. And then there is that problem that we all see when we walk into the school and there's the black boy sitting on the back row with his hat on and paying no attention to what's going on in the classroom, and there's some struggle on how do we deal with that. How does the minority teacher deal with it? How does the white teacher deal with it? Majority teacher deal with it? And these are the kinds of things that it seems to me the teachers of color can help their counterparts overcome the difficulties of trying to manage that situation. So the pressure may be on you a little more, but I think it's good pressure, and those of us who've been privileged to have the role in that particular environment can indeed create the kind of healthy environment that will benefit the students in the long run and create a learning environment for all concerned.
Thank you for that. We have a couple of questions that have been submitted, and I'd like to lob a few of these in front of you. One, I think, goes back to Representative Cummings, one of your statements about the cancer of institutional racism. They say, if we know we have racism in our system, and if we know we have racism in our educators, how do we fix it without identifying the negative qualities and disparaging our profession? These are not softball questions, I should add.
We do a lot of teaching and learning in the course of our career. You get to the question quickly if there is a situation that you're uncomfortable with and you can't handle it, you seek assistance. Experience is going to help you in maintaining and getting stronger in that particular job that you have to do. Know that you know what you're doing. You got the knowledge. You know how to interact with people. Don't be afraid to put it to work. Don't be afraid to stand up to what you know is wrong. I would just say you have to be determined to make a difference. You got to know that you're needed there, and you'll be okay by being strong and exemplifying that you are the best that you can be and the best that there is.
Senator Lee, thank you. It looks like Senator Lee is queued up.
Well, I think we have to recognize that racism is a two-way street, that there are blacks who are racist and there are whites who are racist, and people don't like to accept that. But let's face it, I see it constantly when teachers walk in a classroom and they see a poor white kid sitting there, and they assume that this kid is going to be a problem. And they make that assumption early on, and maybe vice versa. I remember when I was 10 years ago, I created a course in the School of Social Work at UNC to focus on how to help people overcome their silent biases. And it was to recognize that social workers were taking their biases into working with clients. And the same thing I see in classrooms. That bias is taken into the classroom. Now, how do we manage that? I think it falls to the leadership of that particular school to recognize that that is there and to be able to bring it to the surface and get people interacting with each other and pointing it out, because most people, once they recognize that that is a burden they are carrying, they'd like to get rid of it. And I think the only way you do that is to have honest interaction and discussion, and to also have a system where the teacher, when he or she runs into a problem that certainly leans in that direction, they have a place to go to get some relief and to be able to resolve the situation. So I think it falls to the school to recognize and then bring it to the surface and deal with it openly and honestly, which I think gets us moving in the right direction.
Dr. Flood, did you have something to add?
I think on any problem, it's good to disaggregate the problem and find out its components. When we use the term racism, that's kind of a generalization, but without definition of what that is, how it manifests itself, hard to get to the solution. So ask yourself 3 questions. What, so what, now what? Because you can peculiarize, if I know what, that's behavioral. What is it that you did that manifests itself as racist? So what? What was the impact thereof? If I know the impact, I don't want to hurt somebody, but if I didn't know it was hurting somebody to do that, I didn't want to be looked at in a certain way, but if I know, so we get the so what. Now we can get to the now what. How do we correct that? How do we mitigate against that being a common thing? So then we come to best practice. When that becomes common practice, we begin to reduce the symptoms of racism. You don't cure it, but you reduce those symptoms. Over time, it may fade.
So we have reached our final minute of our panel, and so I want to end and ask for you all to take maybe 30 seconds briefly on this final question from our group, which is, when you look at the social and political environment of today, what commonalities do you see between the period that you went to school and taught and the present atmosphere? You know I was going to ask this question. It's 30 seconds or less. And if you don't feel inclined to answer, that's fine. I understand.
Well, you know we got cheated.
I do know. Yeah, this is absolutely a curveball. I'm so sorry.
But no problem. I think, obviously, there are more challenges brought into the classroom today that were not present when I was in school years ago. Number one, the parents were more involved when I was in school, not so today. Number two, there was not as much of a problem with drugs as it is today. Number three, there were less concern about being shot while you're in school and having somebody come in with a gun, and you never know which student might be the ones coming in with it, so teachers have that to be concerned about. So there are those factors that can be distracting for educators today in the public schools that are far greater. And then finally, I have to get this one in, the poor pay. So people start asking themselves, how much can I give of myself when my government and my leaders don't pay much attention to my pay? Because politicians are like a unicorn. You know that strange animal with that one horn? They trot him out every year during campaigns and talk about how committed they are to education. And as soon as they get elected, they put the unicorn back in the barn, and they forgot all about the fact that they brought the unicorn out.
Well, I'm about to let y'all marinate on that one a little bit later, the unicorn metaphor. Dr. Flood, 30 seconds.
The prioritization of education was greater. We knew why we needed it. You can get by without one now. So many people think waste time, go to school. And their parents think that, and they said, if I can just get through to 16 years old, if we reprioritize education and realize how critical it is for the total society, not just for me, but for the total, it's an eleemosynary concept. It wasn't for me that I got educated, it was for you. And if we ever get back to that concept, it's a moral imperative that you get yourself educated best you can, whatever circumstance you're going through.
Yes, sir. Final word.
Being a little political, I have to point out the fact that the atmosphere has changed. It's almost like a free ticket to being unkind. I think the situation within our environment will only change when you decide that, yes, it's okay to deal with your students in a humanistic way, to teach them. It's racism, institutional racism is the problem today. And to solve that problem, we're gonna have to have you at the helm.
Please join me in appreciating our wonderful panel. Please stand to your feet. The Honorable Representative Cummings, Dr. Dudley Flood, and the Honorable Senator Howard Lee.
And James didn't call his name, but please thank James Ford as well. So now you have a 10-minute break. We're going to resume at 10 o'clock. Before you go, I want to make sure you know that you should be receiving your first Reach NC question. So take a look at your phones if you haven't received it, and we want to hear your answers. Here's the question. What age were you when you had your first educator of color? What age were you when you had your first educator of color? Be sure to text your answers back to us. We'll see you back here to start promptly at 10 o'clock.
maximum has used one battery, like one bar. These are both down to 2. I don't know why.
That's a lot of batteries. All right, everyone, it is 9:58. 9:58, and we will be starting in 2 minutes. So this is the 2-minute warning. If you have not texted your answer to our question, which you should have received through Reach NC, we invite you to do so. So you have, well, now probably a minute and about 40 seconds to get back to your seats. All right, it is 10 o'clock, and I hope that you have had a chance to text in your answer. I was so glad to see the question because it gave me a chance to really reflect on a teacher who meant a great deal to me. We've had 109 people who've texted in at what age they were when they had their first educator of color. I may need some help from the educators in the room. Maybe we should do the clap, or should we do the... Okay, the whistle works well. Who did that? Thank you. Thank you to whoever did that one. But remember, if you're just joining us, I know some people joined in the middle of the session and might not know that the way you interact with your questions, but also to receive questions, will be to make sure you text Drive Summit to 73224. 73224. So let's do a reminder. The question was, what age were you when you had your first educator of color? We're going to show you the results in a few minutes. How many of you were in elementary school? Raise your hand if you were in elementary school. Okay, looks like a majority of the room. I was too. My third grade teacher, Edith Delane, at Irwin Avenue Elementary School in Charlotte, was my first educator of color, and she was just dynamic. And what I appreciated about her is that even after third grade, and Mebin, I think did you have Miss Delane too? Okay. What I appreciated about her is even after I left her class in third grade, she kind of followed me all the way through fifth grade. And when I'd see her out and around in the community, she was always very conscientious about checking in and wanted to know how I was doing with my schoolwork and was really passionate. So let's take a look at the results. 47% of you said elementary school, 14% middle, 13% during your undergraduate studies, 10% in preschool, and 10% in high school. 5% of the people in this room said they never had an educator of color. That's really, I mean, when you sit there and think about it, to never have had a classroom experience led by an educator of color, 5%. And I'll have to get the total registration. I know there were 300 people who registered for this event, but if you sit with that for a minute, That's really significant. So thank you so much for coming back into the room. I hope you appreciated our earlier panel. No, that's just a taste of what's ahead for the day. And I am excited to bring up the chair of the North Carolina State Board of Education. He's going to bring greetings on behalf of that group. Please join me in welcoming a man that I know many of you know. He's not a stranger to a lot of folks, especially if you care about education. Please welcome Eric Davis to the podium.
Thank you, Sonia. And greetings to each one of you. I'm delighted to be joined today by my colleagues on the State Board of Education, Mr. James Ford, Jill Kamitz, and J.B. Buxton, as well as our most talented policy director, Dr. Deanna Townsend-Smith. And on behalf of all of our colleagues, I'd like to say thanks to our governor and all the organizers and conveners of today's summit. But in particular, I want to express our gratitude to each one of you for the work you've done so far and the work that you will do in the days ahead to advance our students' academic achievement by diversifying our teacher corps. You know, that's a goal and a strategy that the State Board completely supports. In fact, under recent work led by Mr. Ford and Ms. Kamitz, the board adopted a revised state public education strategic plan that has two pillars. First is equity for all students by closing the student opportunity gaps that exist today, and two, better preparation of our educators to connect and educate our students. And then the other primary pillar is we are focused on educating and preparing the whole child and every aspect of each child. And in doing so, serving the needs of the whole school and therefore its partnership with the whole community. But you know, there's a more compelling imperative to dedicate ourselves to this goal of diversifying our teacher workforce. You know, given the demographic shifts that are rolling through our state and our country at increasing acceleration, it's important that each day we remind ourselves that the essence of education is when an adult connects with a child on an individual basis. And we know without debate that the probability of those connections and the effectiveness of those connections rises exponentially when more of our teachers share life experiences and cultural and racial and socioeconomic and language background with more of our students. Clearly, our students benefit by getting a better education and by seeing role models that build their confidence and belief that they too can achieve, and in doing so lift our state. But here's the other aspect. It makes the entire teacher team better when we have a more diverse workforce. So, you know, it's not just sound education strategy. It's just who we are as North Carolinians that we should adopt this approach. And in fact, the responsibility falls upon us, those who have, to whatever degree, power and authority over the system today, to make changes to the system, only one of which is our diverse workforce, and to have the courage to make the changes needed in spite of the resistance we'll face, and to do so not playing to people's fears and doubts and disappointments, but doing so in a positive, uplifting, unifying, and visionary approach to convince our fellow citizens that what we have in our own individual best interest is the common good of all North Carolinians, starting with all North Carolina students. So the State Board is delighted to be your partners in this effort. We look forward to putting our shoulder to the wheel with you each day, to celebrating milestones along the way towards achieving these goals, and to soon see North Carolina as first in the nation in a diversified workforce and a high-achieving public school system. Thank you very much.
to thank Chairman Davis for reminding us of something that the educators in the room know, and that is education is very personal on a daily basis for our students. And it is about them being able to make connections with that teacher or teachers that they have. So for those of us who are non-educators and we're not in that individual, we're not able to see that every day, I want us to grab a hold of the vision of a North Carolina where every student is reaching their potential. Think about what that will mean for our state. And that leads us perfectly into our next panel. I'm delighted to bring up Dr. Aaliyah Samuel. She's a Vice President of Policy and Advocacy, NWEA, the Northwest Evaluation Association, and she's going to guide us through a discussion about what the evidence says about the impact of educators of color on all students. You heard it alluded to earlier today, but we're going to take a deep dive now. So, Dr. Samuel?
Good morning, everyone. So I was told that first I needed to introduce myself, so I am going to take a little bit of time to share with you what brings me to this work. And I'll start by saying that as we talk about students of color, it's really important to understand that it's not just Black children. There are other children of color who need to be talked about. When we talk about race and ethnicity, considering the variations. And it's interesting, I feel like my entire life, unknowingly, was preparing me for the platforms that I would grow up to have. I want to take you back to the year of 1984, which is going to date me, but I was a second grader coming to this country from Panama. Both my parents are Panamanian. I am Panamanian. And we moved from Colón, Panama, a little dot on the coast of Panama, to Olympia, Washington. Why, you might ask, Olympia, Washington? Because my parents at the time joined the U.S. military. Panama was a U.S. territory, and if Panamanians joined the U.S. military, they were able to get citizenship. So my parents both decided to join the military because they knew it would give us access to U.S. Department of Education schools. They knew it would give us access to American health care and also access to a country where they felt their lives and our lives, most importantly, would be improved. But I didn't realize that the world was as racially charged as it was until I had my first conversation about race at second grade. All of you who are educators remember principals come in to do the teacher count, the student teacher count. And my teacher had a yellow slip of paper that had black, white, boys, girls. And I remember, because I was sitting at the front of the classroom, overhearing the conversation with the principal and the teacher to say, well, I'm not sure what she is. She's Black, but she speaks Spanish. So I don't really know what box to check. And I remember the principal telling my teacher, well, we're going to put her as Black because she looks Black. So I went home that day and I asked my mom, I said, Mom, what does it mean to be Black? And that was when I realized that the world would see me one way, although I identified in another. And don't get me wrong, I fundamentally own and love being a Black woman. But I also fundamentally love and own being a Latina as well. I love cornbread and collard greens and candy jams, but I also love rice and beans and plátanos and tostones and all those things as well. But it wasn't until that experience at school when I realized that I had to choose, or people chose for me when I walked into a room, who I was and where I would belong. Fast forward, I became an elementary teacher, assistant principal, and started to realize the impact that policy has on people's lives. So I changed careers because I left my principalship, which that's a whole nother story, because I saw firsthand the impact of policy on communities. So I decided to leave my principalship, which is what ultimately brought me to start getting to conversations, to tables where I realized I was not only the only woman of color, only Spanish-speaking woman of color, but also the only educator at the policy table talking about education policy. And so here we are, but I would be remiss without sharing one other story with you. So I am a classroom teacher, 3rd grade, and I'm at a predominantly white school now. I was one of 2 teachers of color. We had about 750 kids, and it's time for the end of the school year banquet. And somebody had a great idea, bring in your baby pictures, we're gonna try to figure out who you are. Well, there's only 2 teachers of color, so I mean, really, how difficult was it gonna be? And one of them was like 25 years older than me, so I mean, even the photos, date stamp, I mean, like, come on, it'd be obvious. Well, the assistant principal at the time thought it would be funny because I did not submit a baby picture to put a picture of buckwheat up for me. So we get to the banquet, unbeknownst to me, I have no idea. We get to the banquet, they put the display up, and I'm walking through and I am mortified. Mortified. Talked to the principal and I said, I am leaving here and I'm not coming back. And when we have school again on Monday, because at this time it's teacher pack up, we'll have a conversation about what this means. Spent the weekend stewing on how, just in the words, just the unmitigated gall to do that. And so the principal said to me, well, let's have a mediation meeting, because I was ready to pull rank and go all the way up to the superintendent. And so we did. We had a mediation meeting, and I told the assistant principal, your lack of understanding of the impact that that had, not just on me, but everybody in there, further shows that you should not be an administrator. And so we did. We went through mediation and all these other things. But needless to say, just as we talk about diversifying the workforce, those teachers that are in the classrooms day in and day out, we have to talk about diversifying the administrative workforce. And the hardest part of leaving my job as a principal was that I knew the likelihood that my then school, which was predominantly Mexican American, would have a fluent Spanish-speaking principal ever again would likely not happen. And so I take the charge seriously to be open and transparent about the needs and also to help push us. We heard from the legends in the field, and they gave us a charge to each and every one of us who are not retired. We are the next generation leaders, and it is not an option for us to be silent, not just on this issue, but so many other issues plaguing communities of color. And with that, I'll get to the real script. All right, it is my job to introduce our panelists, and after I introduce them, they'll each take a few minutes to share with you a little bit about their work, and then we'll dig into the conversation. So Dr. Anna Egalite is an assistant professor in the Department of Educational Leadership, Policy, and Human Development at North Carolina State University. Her research focuses on evaluation of education policies and programs intended to close racial and economic achievement gaps. Then we have Dr. Constance Lindsay, who is an assistant professor in the School of Education at UNC Chapel Hill. Her areas of expertise include teacher quality and diversity, analyzing and closing racial achievement gaps, and adolescent development. And then we have Miss Mireya Ruiz, who is a 5th grade teacher at Lake Myra Elementary School in Wake County. So first I'll turn it over to Dr. Egalite to share with us a little bit about her work.
Thank you, Leah. So I was asked to speak about one particular study.
Yeah, can you move it closer to you?
Okay. We're, just pull it closer. Okay. So we examined how students assigned to a demographically similar teacher reported things like their personal effort in class, their academic aspirations, their happiness in class, and overall effort. And the reason we did this study was because prior work had shown that students of color, when assigned to a teacher who shared their characteristics, had higher test scores, but the effects were small. And long-run studies showing effects on things like high school graduation and college enrollment found effects that were very meaningful, because those are obviously the milestones that are going to take a student very far. And so we were very curious about the mechanisms at play that could explain, well, if the test score effects are so small, but the attainment effects are so meaningful, how exactly is this happening? What are the mechanisms? And there is this parallel body of work that looks at teacher effects on these soft skills like student grit, student effort, student perseverance, and their self-regulation. But it had never been looked at in this context of student and teacher demographic similarity. So that was the reason for the study. And the data set that we used was about 92,000 students in 231 schools across 6 districts. And the states that they were located in are North Carolina, Texas, Colorado, Florida, Tennessee, New York. And so lots of diversity in the data set. And one of the keys to how we conducted the analysis is that all of the comparisons were made within the same classroom. So students, in some cases, were matched in terms of race and gender with the teacher, but other students in the classroom weren't. And so we compared those exact students. So things, other characteristics about the classroom were all accounted for in the analysis, like if students were tracked by ability or motivation or effort. And so we're able to account for those. And so what we were able to show was that in terms of both the race match and the gender match, we could find effects on things like personal effort, happiness in class, and students saying, because of my teacher, I think more about going to college. But the largest effects were the combination of the two, was that race and gender combination together. So that's the 10,000-foot view of the study.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll turn to Ms. Ruiz, who can share with us a little bit about what she's seeing as a teacher.
Well, in preparing for this summit,
Is it on? Is that on? Yeah, we need some help turning it on. Make sure yours.
in preparing for this summit, I realized that there are two major ways in which I influence my students of color because of my race. And the first one is I have a unique cultural awareness that allows my students and I to identify with one another. I also bring cultural sensitivity and knowledge into my teaching, such as when I include cultural references in math word problems. I also talk about linguistic cognates during literacy that help those students who are learning English as a second language develop that vocabulary in my class. I empathize with students because I started where they are. I came to the United States when I was in first grade, at the end of first grade, so I didn't speak English coming into the school system. And I think that because I have that, this empathy, I can relate to my students and they can relate to me. The other major way I think I impact students of color is I hold them all accountable. I hold them to high academic and behavioral expectations regardless of their race. These students respond to me differently because I think they see themselves in me, and so they respect my classroom management style because it resembles what they see at home or how their parents speak to them with firmness. You know, whenever I'm teaching math, for example, I have had a word problem up, and the students are more focused on what does that word mean? What is this word problem talking about? Rather than focusing on the process to solving this word problem because they don't have the vocabulary. So if I incorporate that cultural piece into it and talk about a quinceañera and, you know, ornaments, and they know what I'm talking about, and so they focus more on the process rather than trying to figure out what the words mean in the word problem. I recently was reading with one of my students, and we came across the word chastise, for example, and they had no idea what it meant. And I said, well, I want you to think about that word in Spanish. Does it kind of look like a word you might know? And, you know, my Latino students raised their hand quickly, and they said, castigar. And I said, exactly, so what does that word mean? And they said, to punish. So when I do this in the classroom, it allows them to make that connection and build that vocabulary, as well as focusing on the process rather than I'm not understanding what this is talking about. So I feel like these are the two major ways in which I influence my students of color in my classroom.
Thank you. Just a quick plug, not plug, but our organization, I currently am the Vice President of Policy and Advocacy for an assessment organization, and one of the things we're actually digging deep into is bias in assessment question bank, because we know who we assess and how we assess also tells us who we value. And so we have to start challenging the vocabulary, the language in our assessments, and also making sure that kids can identify with the text, because if they can't, then assessments are often used to label or mislabel. And so we're working on that to hopefully make it even easier for you on the ground. All right, Dr. Lindsay, can you share a little bit about your work, please?
Sure. So I'll just quickly go over 2 studies that we have that actually look at student-teacher race match here in North Carolina. And one focuses on a short-term outcome, which is discipline, and the other one focuses on long-run outcomes, so think high school dropout and college attendance. So in the discipline study, we looked at students in North Carolina from the years 2008 to 2013, and we basically found that Black students who were matched to a Black teacher were less likely to experience harsh discipline outcomes. So think in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, and expulsion. And this was driven by what's called willful defiance, right? So you can think about that as a cultural mismatch between students and teachers, and also driven by the number of visits that went down. And so referring to this whole classroom management piece that we think our educators of color might be handling a little bit better or differently for students of color. And here I should also mention that in both of these studies, we sort of set out with the intention of looking at sort of all groups, but one thing that happens when you're trying to do these match studies is that the numbers of Latinx and other teachers of color are so low that it's very difficult to actually exploit that match. And so the exclusion here is not because of, because we're not interested in that, it's just that we don't have sample sizes large enough, which is another indictment of some of the challenges that we're facing here today. An additional study that we have looks at the long-run impacts of having a same-race teacher. And in that study, we actually use data from Tennessee and North Carolina, but I'll focus on the North Carolina part of the study. And so basically what we're able to do is follow 100 Black students who are in 3rd grade between the years of 2005 and 2008. Between 3rd and 5th grade in those years. And what we find is that when those students are matched to a teacher of color, they're less likely to experience high school dropout, and they're more likely to say that they are going to attend college. And in the Tennessee results, there is a slight boost in enrollment in community college if we sort of follow them further along the pathway. What's interesting there, though, is that sort of a finding that gets buried when people cite the study, and both of these are in the back of the program booklet, is that the results are biggest for what we define as persistently low-income young Black men. And so those are Black boys who are free and reduced price lunch the entire time they're in K through 8. And so those are the students for whom the dropout rates go down the most. And so we think that this points to a host of policy implications around both the distribution, sort of the recruitment of diverse teachers into the pipeline, their distribution, and making an impact for students early on in their educational career.
Perfect. So actually, I'm going to stay with you, Dr. Lindsay, and I also, Dr. Egalite, invite you to join in. But as I understand that you're currently working on the study that you just mentioned, the principal-teacher demographic matching. Can you talk a little bit more about the impacts on turnover?
Yeah, so Constance and I have a study where we look at North Carolina teachers between 2015 and 2017. It's about 320,000 teacher year observations in the study. And we're trying to figure out, well, why is teacher turnover such an issue, and are there mitigating factors? And what we were able to identify is that the role of the principal's race is certainly influential. There's a 3 to 7% reduction in the probability of turnover when a teacher has a principal of their race. And we were able to look at the Black principal subsample, but not the Latinx group for the reasons Constance explained already. But that effect holds. And the reason we think it's important is that when we talk about diversifying the educator workforce, there's sort of 2 strands to think about. There's the recruitment side. Let's do a better job of getting more people into these preparation programs and through them. And then into teaching, but then there's the retention side. And once teachers are in the job, how are they supported to actually stay? When we look at national teacher survey data, for example, among people who have teaching degrees, teachers of color are the most likely to report that they're not currently teaching. So the retention issue is a separate challenge from the recruitment one, and one that we think is very important.
Did you want to add anything, or?
No.
Nope. Okay.
She covered it.
So I'm going to go to Ms. Ruiz. You talked a little bit about how your experience as a student informs your practice now as a teacher. Can you talk a little bit about your experience as a student and how it has impacted you as a teacher, but in a more long-run sense, if that makes sense?
Okay, so the school I previously worked at, I worked there for 8 years, and this is also the school that I attended growing up. When I was in school, it wasn't a dual language school. When I started teaching it, it was a dual language school, so I think that, you know, had a huge impact also on my students. But 84% of students there are currently on free or reduced lunch. 65% are Hispanic, 15% are white, and 15% are black. And that's not how it was when I was growing up. It was, you know, primarily white. And I had my first difficult experiences with race there. And, you know, some of those experiences were just teachers that weren't aware of either what they were saying or how that impacted students of color. You know, one experience, one thing that I always remember, because it had such a, you know, hard impact on me, is I was in 2nd grade, and my parents, you know, it was 4 of us, so they worked hard to make ends meet, and so we were gonna have an Easter egg hunt. My mother bought us, my sister and I are twins, so she bought us little matching Easter baskets, and we were never in the same classrooms growing up. My mom didn't want that. So we go outside, all of 2nd grade goes outside, and I have my little Easter egg basket, and I'm so excited. And I look over and I see that Jasmine, my sister, has a plastic bag, and I'm like, where's your basket? And she said, well, I don't think they understood me, but they took my name off the basket and gave it to that kid over there. And it was a white kid, because either, I don't know, they probably didn't understand what she was saying. So these experiences, I grew up trying to be something because I wanted to prove myself to people. And eventually, it led me into teaching. And so now that I'm an educator, I kind of think back on all those experiences, and I come into a classroom, and I know that everyone comes in with some sort of bias, but I try to, you know, step back a little bit and say, you know what? I'm going to see what this school year's going to bring. I'm going to start fresh, and I'm going to make sure that my students know that it doesn't matter what happened last year. If they got in trouble for whatever reason, I'm going to make sure that I give them a new opportunity. And even if I have an issue with a student one day, the next day I will make sure in the morning to say, hey, it's a new start, okay? That way they realize that I'm not holding that against them, something that happened the previous day or a week ago. I think this has been a very positive impact, just because being a minority teacher has allowed my students to say, hey, well, you know, maybe I can become something one day. I can be like her. I'll be able to do something. And I encourage my students. And I always make sure I say, hey, I know your parents say this to you at home, but you need to make sure you work hard so that you can become someone in life. And they agree with me. They know, because of that cultural background, that they know that that's what parents, Latino parents, say to their kids. So I think, you know, the piece that helps my students the most is knowing that I understand where they come from, that I understand how they're growing up. Last year I had, I believe it was 17 students that were ESL. And so I constantly made sure they knew, listen, I was pulled out for ESL when I was growing up too. And I speak English now, I understand vocabulary. This is where you're headed as well. Just so that they don't limit themselves because they think they're not good enough or they don't understand. So that's how I try to run my classroom, just so that they see that these limitations that they have aren't always going to be there.
I love to say that kids aren't at risk, they're at possibility, and it's up to us as educators to bring those possibilities out. So earlier, Governor Cooper mentioned lifting up the profession. We've heard throughout conversations this morning about the need to think about recruitment. Well, the interesting thing about education, it's one of those fields that kids get full exposure to from early on. And I say that because they get to observe teacher after teacher, year after year. And then when they get to middle school and high school, it's teachers over a day, over a month, over a quarter. And so as we talk about recruitment, there are some challenges, particularly with men of color, that we need to overcome. I'm a mother of 2 boys of color, proud mom of 2 boys, but it is a difficult time in this society to raise boys of color. And as we think about recruiting male teachers, black male teachers, but as we also talk about the school to prison pipeline and the rate of suspensions and expulsions for boys of color, I'd like to, Dr. Lindsay, I'll turn to you. Think about what are the disciplinary outcomes for students of color that have teachers who share their race and ethnic identity.
Sure. So I alluded to this earlier, but this is a study that we had that came out in 2017. And basically, it's if you're matched to same-race teacher, you're less likely to get suspended and expelled. And the results, again, are the largest for our black boys. And so something that we're also not able to address explicitly in these studies is actually the gender race match sort of on its own, because we don't have enough male educators of color to sort of exploit that variation. And in North Carolina, it's about 2% of the educators are black men. And so I would surmise that a lot of this might be driven by our black male educators, but it's not something that we can speak directly to. I also am on the board of Profound Gentlemen, and I think somebody from Profound Gentlemen is here today. And they have made it their mission to sort of address this issue of not just recruitment, but also retaining men of color in the classroom. And so I think that's going to be a significant challenge that we're facing. But to sort of the preamble to this, I think it's really important to recognize that at its heart, a lot of these gaps in educator diversity are a result of college access issues, right? So if you have to be a BA holder to enter into the classroom, and we know that we have huge gaps in terms of college access for our students of color, we're always going to be constrained in terms of the pipeline. And so at its heart, a lot of this is just us focusing on these achievement gaps and getting our kids through school so that they actually could become teachers.
Thank you. So I'm going to lob one more question out to you, and then we'll open it up for questions. So we are talking about North Carolina specifically. And in your view, or your purview, what is at stake if we don't address this teacher diversity gap? And that goes to all 3 of you.
So I would be happy to jump in because I read yesterday about the statistics on hate crimes. So I looked them up, and it's 7,120 hate crime incidents that were reported by law enforcement agencies to the FBI last year. And when you look at the trends, that is certainly considered a surge on previous years. And so when you talk about what's at stake, I think that it's an urgent need to increase the potential for a common cultural understanding between different groups of people. We haven't figured this out, and there are divisive public figures who are propagating hateful propaganda. And so I think that in terms of long-term solutions for how to learn to live together in an increasingly diverse nation, exposure to people who are different from you is one strategy that has considerable empirical evidence behind it as a way to reduce harmful prejudices. So when you think about a student, or the 5% of people in this room who went through their entire educational experience and they never encountered a teacher of color, what does that signal say about power and influence in our society and who holds it? So I think that for schools, a deliberate act that they can make to inculcate tolerance as a community value is to improve recruitment and retention of diverse teachers and leaders.
Yeah, that's great. And I'll echo all those points. Anna and I are kind of like twinsies a little bit. But also I'll add too is that, so none of these studies show that educators of color cause harm for white students, right? And so it's not, sometimes we go down the rabbit hole of this sort of match piece and black students having black teachers or students of color having teachers of color, but all students can benefit from seeing a diverse authority figure. in particular, in our discipline studies, some early results that we had showed that there's also elements of sort of the socioeconomic piece as well. And so, so it's beneficial for all students. And so I think we should not just focus on sort of the positive impacts for students of color, although they are great and the evidence is pretty solid now. It's a useful thing for all kids to have a diverse educator in front of them.
And I can attest to that. Like, when I make connections between Spanish words in my English classroom, those students who do not speak Spanish are able to realize, well, there are languages out there. There's a whole different world out there. It helps them be cognizant of the differences between one another. And so I feel like it builds tolerance and respect towards one another. So I can definitely say that I've seen that firsthand in the classroom. I think also what's at stake is I have seen students who are highly gifted being overlooked because there's no one there to say, hey, well, you know, this child might not have the best scores in an English assessment, but I've seen in my classroom that this child is above and beyond. So I think that is also at stake. Students who could easily be identified by a teacher of color wouldn't be identified if we're not there.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. So the questions are starting to roll in. The first one here is, are there suggestions for how white or non-people of color teachers can be trained or provided learning opportunities about how to manage bias and racial sensitivity in their classrooms?
Well, I think there's lots of efforts, but I think that they haven't been paired with evaluation work. So we can't say definitively X program is really effective for these outcomes. So I think that moving forward, that would be a really key component when we're designing and rolling out these programs, to think about, are we also assessing impact?
Yeah, I would add to that, we could do a lot more in terms of the clinical experiences that we give teachers as they're being prepared, instead of sort of seeking the places where it's easiest to put teacher candidates. You know, perhaps you should be exploring putting them in different kinds of environments so that they're able to interact with all children. I think this is kind of a complicated, not a complicated question, but I could talk about it all day because it's different stages of the human capital pipeline where we can intervene. But a lot of it centers sort of on the curriculum that we're exposing folks to, the clinical experiences that they get, and then also just diversifying our schools of education. We have some work that I did when I was at the Urban Institute that shows that the majority of our educators of color are produced by our HBCUs and other minority-serving institutions. And so it shouldn't be all on them to produce diverse educators. We could do a lot more in our schools of education, our majority schools of education, to think about diversity as well.
I have seen colleagues that I respect feel pity for students because of, you know, what's going on at home with them or things like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. The issue becomes whenever we lower our expectations because we feel sorry for them. And that's something that I try to make sure I don't do in my classroom. Like, yes, I'm sorry that this happened at home this morning, but listen, we still have to get through this day and you're still gonna have to get the work done. I think teachers who cannot speak another language or aren't teachers of color need to ask questions. I've had a lot of teachers come up to me and say, hey, you know, I've noticed that, one example is one of my colleagues said to me, whenever the students are talking about the faucet, they'll say, hey, you need to open the water. And she's like, and I've seen it through, you know, many of them have said it. And I said, oh, well, that's because that's how you say it in Spanish. They're just making a translation, a word for word translation. And so I was able to tell my students, listen, in English, we turn it on. In Spanish, we open it. And so they were able to fix that. But if those teachers don't ask questions, they're not going to know.
I love it. So we have been asked to, quote, when did you all have your first teacher of color? How did it impact you and influence your path to research and teaching? So I will go first. Shout out to all the HBCU grads in the house. I myself am a proud graduate of Tuskegee University in Tuskegee, Alabama. And I went to an HBCU because from when we moved to Olympia, every educator I had did not look like me. And so my older sister went to Howard, and yes, there is a consistent battle in our household of who went to the most elite historically black college, and oftentimes it is Tuskegee. But when she went to Howard, she came back home and said, Aaliyah, you've got to go to an HBCU. And she convinced my mother at the age of 16 to allow me to spend a summer at Howard in Washington, D.C. with a sister whose driver's license looked a whole lot like me. So needless to say, that summer changed my life, and I was going to an HBCU. And here we are. And so my first experience with a teacher of color was at Tuskegee. And I'll never forget sitting in my freshman orientation class, learning about George Washington Carver, Booker T. Washington, and so many other great legends who came before me. I thought, I am in the right place. But not only did I have a professor of color, not only was I walking on a campus that was full of history and black excellence, but then I looked to my right and I had classmates who came from affluent black families with a mom and a dad. I looked to my left and I had kids who were first generation college students coming from single parent homes. So the whole gamut of black America was represented in this freshman orientation class. And that to me is when I realized not only had I arrived, but I had a whole lifetime of learning ahead of me. But that was my first experience with the teacher of color. So it did impact me as an educator in a classroom. It has impacted me as I am not a policymaker, I'm a policy influencer, because we're just not at the table. So it does matter to have those experiences. So I'll open it up to any of the panelists that'd like to share.
Well, you might not have noticed I'm not American. I grew up in Ireland, and it's a very, very white culture, Roman Catholic. So for me, I entered the United States with a very false impression of what to expect, actually. It was shaped by Sesame Street, and everybody seemed to get along and be very diverse. And it was truly shocking to arrive and actually learn the reality is so different. My husband is a black teacher, and so my learning on this has really been through his experiences. And because of me, really, with my studies, he's had to move around a lot. And I think the biggest adjustment was when we moved from, he was a teacher in Bella Vista, Arkansas, which is the northwest of Arkansas, and I think his classes were 100% white, to Jamaica Plain in Boston, where there were 0 white kids. Everybody was Puerto Rican and other races. And so just describing how he felt his role as a mentor and a teacher was changing from year to year, I think, has been really insightful.
Okay. So actually, I was born and raised in D.C., so I always had black teachers, were the majority of the teachers that I had. But I'll identify my first teacher as my grandmother, who taught in D.C. public schools for 30 years. And so she was kind of like a giant in education. And so I attribute her as my sort of first black teacher.
I think in elementary school, we didn't have a lot of teachers of color. The first one I remember, she was an instructional assistant in my 3rd grade classroom, but she wasn't always there because they were shared between other classes. But she's the first one that I can remember, and I remember being in 3rd grade and saying, I don't think I've seen many other teachers like her around here. When I got into 4th grade, there were 2 other African-American teachers, but honestly, I think it was high school in 9th grade biology where I had my first Latina teacher. And it was just for about an hour of the day, but I was like, oh, I like this. I like being able to say something to her that I probably can't say in English, and she understands what I'm trying to say. So I think that really helped me or guided me to becoming an educator and saying, I want to do this for my students of color. But I also want to add that growing up, I also had excellent teachers that were white. I remember my 4th grade teacher, she always pushed me. She was tough on me. And I could see that she cared because she was always pushing me to do better. When I was at UNCG in the School of Ed, Dr. Mangrum was tough on me. She wanted the best, and she made sure she told everyone that she wanted the best graduating as educators from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. And so when I was planning my lessons, when I knew she was coming to observe me in the classroom, I always thought, okay, what can I do? What kinds of questions might she ask? Because she had a million questions, and I was like, oh, I didn't think about that when I was planning my lesson, did I? And I think that really shaped me into analyzing my teaching. When I'm planning lessons, I ask myself a million questions. Does this get my point across? Does this help my students? And I think it was because of the way she questioned everything I did going through the School of Education at UNCG.
Thank you. So we've talked a lot about the impacts of having a teacher of color on students, but let's talk about parents. We haven't talked about them yet. How does having a teacher of color impact parent-school partnerships?
Well, in my experience, I have seen that parents would rather, if they have an issue or a question about anything, instead of contacting the principal or anyone else at school, they'll ask me questions, and so I'll say, well, I'll have to ask the principal, or they come through me first because they know that I understand what they're saying. I think one thing that I try to do a lot also, and it's not just for my students of color or my Spanish-speaking students, is last year I created a number of videos on different math standards, for example, because I know it's very difficult for parents to help fifth graders at home with math. And I created these videos explaining every single standard and how to solve it. And I created them not only in Spanish, but I also created them in English so that parents could see how to do this. You know, they could sit with their student at home and say, well, this is how you do it. This is the formula you're using. And so I think once I did that, parents felt really comfortable coming to me with any question about homework, about what I was doing in class. With that, I would also like to add that I love keeping parents informed of everything that's happening. Sunday night, I'll sit down and I'll say, hey, this is what we're doing in class this week for math, for science, for every subject. And I'll also have that message in English and Spanish. So I would encourage teachers who do not speak Spanish, hey, go on Google Translate, put your message in there and have someone proofread it for you. It takes 2 seconds to do that. So I think once you do that, parents will see, well, she's making an effort to reach out to me, and they'll feel more comfortable coming to you with any questions or any concerns.
And I'll share, as a former principal, my last school in Tucson, I was in Tucson, Arizona, 95% Mexican American. And when I got to the school, I was amazed at how non-embracing they were of the culture. And this is it was a neighborhood school. So the first thing we started doing is announcements in the morning in English and Spanish, having students be able to rotate and showcase their leadership and be able to make the morning announcement. When I went out to the car rider line, rather than just waving, I would take a moment and actually talk to the parents in Spanish or have somebody else who could speak that language out there with me. One of the biggest changes I made is they told me, well, Aaliyah, we can't get parents to come out often. I said, well, what are our parent events? Their biggest parent event was a 50s night. And I had the same thought, and they wanted parents to dress in their 50s gear and poodle skirts, and I'm like, what in the... But so it was fascinating to me. So we made a change. Rather than having a 50s night, we just had a parent night where they could not only come, but they could bring their sibling. The nanas and tatas that had family child care in the area, I asked them, hey, you have most of these siblings during the day. If we feed you and your family, can you help me with child care so we could actually talk to the parents? And bringing in the community to be a part of the school sounds simple, but there were no, ironically, the amount of teachers of color who spoke Spanish at that at that school were very small. So it took leadership at the top to be able to say, let's all come together and change our perspective. And I think as site-based leaders, we can't just keep doing the same thing because that's always what has been done. As your student population shifts, so should your activities and the way you approach and engage parents. So it's just my 2 cents. Just checking on time. So we have time for one more question. Oh, this one's good. If licensure exams are poor predictors of educator quality, why is the recommendation to invest in programs to increase pass rates instead of removing that unnecessary barrier? Focusing instead on professional aptitudes that are more predictive, then focus those resources on embedded professional supports that work. It's a loaded question.
Well, certainly alternative certification pathways have been shown to bring in more diverse candidates. And also these programs, sometimes they're called grow your own programs, and it's mentioned very well in the issue brief, actually. It's summarized quite nicely, where they bring in people who might already be volunteering at the school and they are part of the community, but they don't have a certification, and it's a path for them. I think that's a really promising strategy.
Yeah, I agree with whoever wrote the question. I actually have a short op-ed in Ed Week where I talk about this issue. We're losing people because we're cutting them out using measures that aren't really related to eventual effectiveness. And so I totally agree. And also to echo this point about the most diverse pathways now are not our traditional education programs. The alternative certification programs they've seemed to figure out how to do this and how to get diverse educators in the classroom. So 100%, I agree.
Can I add a statistic?
Absolutely.
Because I see Bonnie Fizzarelli. And the NELO program, which is an alternative certification program, technically, even though it's through our College of Education, has 58% graduates of color.
Out of curiosity, the teachers in the room, how many of you came through an alternative certification program? I did.
That's a good job.
Okay. All right. We talked about that. I'm trying to get to a new. All right, here's one. What barriers exist now in state law and/or policy that prevent minorities from going into education, and what can be changed? So we just talked about the exams.
So, I mean, it's a leaky pipeline
Yep.
the whole way through, and there's a nice report by the U.S. Department of Education that had a summit on this topic a couple years ago, where they document that it's not like it's one place in the funnel where candidates of color are falling out. So I think the barriers are who's reaching post-secondary enrollment, who's actually graduating from high school, who's enrolling in an education program, who's finishing it, who's entering the workforce, and who's being retained, and how much student debt are they carrying as they go. One of the other solutions or policies that can be implemented in North Carolina that has been successfully done in Florida, for example, or in Minnesota, are these funds for minority teachers. If you're serious about how you want to improve diversity in the workforce, why not pay for their tuition? And so in Florida, they do have a fund that would account for that.
Yeah, and I'll add there, too, that I have also a study I'm working on with a woman named Dominique Baker, who's at Southern Methodist University, where we look at undergraduate debt burden and propensity to become a teacher. And basically what we find is that students of color need loans and grants to access college, but once it gets past a certain tipping point, they're less likely to become teachers. And so that, to me, is a sort of an easy policy prescription. You just need to give people money. But also, I'll add that, as was mentioned on the previous panel, the teaching profession itself has lots of challenges, and so this is sort of just one piece of a broad set of challenges. And so until we kind of address all those issues, it's just going to hit our educators of color harder.
I'm not sure what to say about that.
Well, in honor of time, we have about 4 minutes left. I wanted to allow each panelist to give your parting words to the group. And we'll start with Mireya. Do you want to?
I just want to make sure that everyone knows they can ask questions. The best people to ask are the people in your school building. I think a lot of times, you know, we look at someone and say, well, she's my colleague. She might not know how to help me. But if you ask people in your building, you'll have your answers right there. I think that's the best way to reach parents, reach students. Ask questions.
Great. Yeah, so I guess I'll end by saying that I think by now the evidence regarding all of this is pretty clear. And so it's up to us to start actually doing things about it. And so I know that's why we're gathered here today. But I'm also going to sort of personally start working on different sort of elements of the question, because I think we intuitively know, and we've also shown that having educators of color matters for all students, and it matters for students of color. So I think we got to move past the knowing piece and get into the doing piece.
I would just like to note that it's not a zero-sum game. When you give something to one group, you're not taking from another. All students benefit from having more diverse classroom communities. And I think it's important for all students to see teachers and leaders and other people in positions of power that have diverse backgrounds. And it's not just something that's important for classrooms, it's something that's important for communities.
And I think I'll end with the 3 Ps, thinking about policy, program, and practice. For the policymakers in this room, this day should not just be, oh, that was a really great day, I learned a lot, Governor Cooper's a great speaker, but really think about how you can challenge current policies on the books, because there are policies in place right now that will inhibit the work from happening the way you desire. So challenging yourself and also talking to your policy makers, your peers, to make sure that they understand what you've learned and what it means to you now moving forward. For those of you who are leading programs, think about the programs and also the diversity within your programs. If you're not modeling, especially those that are CEOs of these nonprofits and organizations, if your organizations are not also diverse and being diverse intentionally, then it's not going to help elevate this issue. And 3, those of you that are on the practice level, continue to use your voice. Oftentimes it is a burden to bear, and it is a heavy burden, and I understand it, and you don't want to be the token. But at the end of the day, across program, policy, and practice, we are the next generation of leaders. We are in the classroom right now. There are students and parents that are looking at us to move the work forward. So use your voice, and have a great day.
Can we give them another round of applause? Excellent job. So you've had the grounding this morning of taking a look back. You've now heard, and really probably some of those papers I would love to get so that you can deepen your understanding of the impact of educators of color. You get to have a break now, but it's your transition time to your breakout sessions. When you registered, you indicated where you wanted to be for the morning breakout session. If by chance you have forgotten what you signed up for, just take a look at your name badge, and there should be a reminder there. It indicates the room location also of the pre-selected breakout. And so if you take a look here, recruiting will be in Ocracoke, preparing in Currituck, and retaining in Hatteras. And those rooms, if you walk out this room and take a right down that hall, you will find all of those breakout rooms. So know that the sessions will start at 11:15. I hope you enjoy the morning. Thank you.
and share actually. Hi, my name is Ms. Campos. I work in Eastern North Carolina. I once had a student who we had been working on two-digit addition for about 2 solid weeks. I mean, every day we weren't making progress. She wasn't getting it. And every time I would bring up addition, she would just, do we have to, Ms. Campos? How to go in and really analyze, how I was teaching it. And so that's when I brought out these base 10 books. I showed it to her once, and I was going to try and show it to her a second time, but she pushed me out the way and said, "Excuse me, Ms. Campos," and she went to work. She started assigning values. She started adding all the numbers up, and that's when she got it. She went in with the most confidence, and that's what learning is all about. Learning how to overcome and also learning how to teach different things in a different manner. And that's my better work story.
Hi, I'm Shalika Covington. I have taught 4th grade in Eastern North Carolina down the 95 corridor. This better work story is from Harnett County. So this one in particular is about one of my students whenever I was teaching reading, really struggling reader. We tried all the different things. We did the highlighting, we did the chunking, we did the groupings. He just was not comfortable with it, and it was really obvious that he wasn't. All the different strategies were not working, and then finally I brought in a text called Esperanza Rising, and there are points in the story where the abuela, the main character's grandmother, speaks, and she fluctuates between English and Spanish, and my good Southern twang destroyed them horribly. And he had this moment where you saw this smirk in his face. This child is one of my students that is of Hispanic descent, and so he was able to, in that moment, tell us and read those words so beautifully in the way that everyone else struggled with, and you saw him light up. You saw him get so excited and pumped about the work that he was doing, and his ability to read and share that information and share actually a part of him. From there, it was beautiful for him to continue doing that for us as a class, and just watching him being willing to take more risks, not only him, but the other students in our classroom. So that's my better work story.
my name is Ms. Campos. I work in Eastern North Carolina. I once had a student who we had been working on two-digit addition for about 2 solid weeks. I mean, every day we weren't making progress. She wasn't getting it. And every time I would bring up addition, she would just, do we have to, Ms. Campos? How to go in and really analyze, how I was teaching it. And so that's when I brought out these base 10 blocks. I showed it to her once, and I was going to try and show it to her a second time, but she pushed me out the way and said, "Excuse me, Ms. Campos," and she went to work. She started assigning values. She started adding all the numbers up, and that's when she got it. She went in with the most confidence, and that's what learning is all about. Learning how to overcome and also learning how to teach different things in a different manner. And that's my better work story.
Hi, I'm Shalika Covington. I have taught 4th grade in Eastern North Carolina down the 95 corridor. This better work story is from Harnett County. So this one in particular is about one of my students whenever I was teaching reading, really struggling reader. We tried all the different things. We did the highlighting, we did the chunking, we did the groupings. He just was not comfortable with it, and it was really obvious that he wasn't. All the different strategies were not working, and then finally I brought in a text called Esperanza Rising, and there are points in the story where the abuela, the main character's grandmother, speaks, and she fluctuates between English and Spanish. And my good Southern twang destroyed them horribly. And he had this moment where you saw this smirk in his face. This child is one of my students that is of Hispanic descent. And so he was able to, in that moment, tell us and read those words so beautifully in the way that everyone else struggled with. And you saw him light up. You saw him get so excited and pumped about the work that he was doing and his ability to read and share that information and share actually a part of him. From there, it was beautiful for him to continue doing that for us as a class, and just watching him being willing to take more risks, not only him, but the other students in our classroom. So that's my better work story.
Hi, my name is Ms. Campos. I work in Eastern North Carolina. I once had a student who we had been working on two-digit addition for about 2 solid weeks. I mean, every day we weren't making progress. She wasn't getting it. And every time I would bring up addition, she would just, do we have to, Ms. Campos? I had to go in and really analyze, how I was teaching it. And so that's when I brought out these base 10 blocks. I showed it to her once, and I was going to try and show it to her a second time, but she pushed me out the way and said, "Excuse me, Ms. Campos," and she went to work. She started assigning values. She started adding all the numbers up, and that's when she got it. She went in with the most confidence, and that's what learning is all about. Learning how to overcome and also learning how to teach different things in a different manner. And that's my better work story.
Hi, I'm Shalika Covington. I have taught 4th grade in Eastern North Carolina down the 95 corridor. This better work story is from Harnett County. So this one in particular is about one of my students whenever I was teaching reading, really struggling reader. We tried all the different things. We did the highlighting, we did the chunking, we did the groupings. He just was not comfortable with it, and it was really obvious that he wasn't. All the different strategies were not working, and then finally I brought in a text called Esperanza Rising, and there are points in the story where the abuela, the main character's grandmother, speaks, and she fluctuates between English and Spanish. And my good Southern twang destroyed them horribly. And he had this moment where you saw this smirk in his face. This child is one of my students that is of Hispanic descent. And so he was able to, in that moment, tell us and read those words so beautifully in the way that everyone else struggled with. And you saw him light up. You saw him get so excited and pumped about the work that he was doing and his ability to read and share that information and share actually a part of him. From there, it was beautiful for him to continue doing that for us as a class, and just watching him being willing to take more risks, not only him, but the other students in our classroom. So that's my better work story.
Hi, my name is Ms. Campos. I work in Eastern North Carolina. I once had a student who we had been working on two-digit addition for about 2 solid weeks. I mean, every day we weren't making progress. She wasn't getting it. And every time I would bring up addition, she would just, do we have to, Ms. Campos? I had to go in and really analyze, how I was teaching it. And so that's when I brought out these base 10 books. I showed it to her once, and I was going to try and show it to her a second time, but she pushed me out the way and said, "Excuse me, Ms. Campos," and she went to work. She started assigning values. She started adding all the numbers up, and that's when she got it. She went in with the most confidence, and that's what learning is all about. Learning how to overcome and also learning how to teach different things in a different manner. And that's my better work story.
Hi, I'm Shalika Covington. I have taught 4th grade in Eastern North Carolina down the 95 corridor. This better work story is from Harnett County. So this one in particular is about one of my students whenever I was teaching reading, really struggling reader. We tried all the different things. We did the highlighting, we did the chunking, we did the groupings. He just was not comfortable with it, and it was really obvious that he wasn't. All the different strategies were not working, and then finally I brought in a text called Esperanza Rising, and there are points in the story where the abuela, the main character's grandmother, speaks, and she fluctuates between English and Spanish. And my good Southern twang destroyed them horribly. And he had this moment where you saw this smirk in his face. This child is one of my students that is of Hispanic descent. And so he was able to, in that moment, tell us and read those words so beautifully in the way that everyone else struggled with. And you saw him light up. You saw him get so excited and pumped about the work that he was doing and his ability to read and share that information and share actually a part of him. From there, it was beautiful for him to continue doing that for us as a class, and just watching him being willing to take more risks, not only him, but the other students in our classroom. So that's my better work story.
Hi, my name is Ms. Campos. I work in Eastern North Carolina. I once had a student who we had been working on two-digit addition for about 2 solid weeks. I mean, every day we weren't making progress. She wasn't getting it. And every time I would bring up addition, she would just, do we have to, Ms. Campos? How to go in and really analyze, how I was teaching it. And so that's when I brought out these base 10 blocks. I showed it to her once, and I was going to try and show it to her a second time, but she pushed me out the way and said, "Excuse me, Ms. Campos," and she went to work. She started assigning values. She started adding all the numbers up, and that's when she got it. She went in with the most confidence, and that's what learning is all about. Learning how to overcome and also learning how to teach different things in a different manner. And that's my better work story. Hi, I'm Shalika Covington. I have taught 4th grade in Eastern North Carolina down the 95 corridor. This better work story is from Harnett County. So this one in particular is about one of my students whenever I was teaching reading, really struggling reader. We tried all the different things. We did the highlighting, we did the chunking, we did the groupings. He just was not comfortable with it, and it was really obvious that he wasn't. All the different strategies were not working, and then finally I brought in a text called Esperanza Rising, and there are points in the story where the abuela, the main character's grandmother, speaks, and she fluctuates between English and Spanish. And my good Southern twang destroyed them horribly. And he had this moment where you saw this smirk in his face. This child is one of my students that is of Hispanic descent. And so he was able to, in that moment, tell us and read those words so beautifully in the way that everyone else struggled with. And you saw him light up. You saw him get so excited and pumped about the work that he was doing and his ability to read and share that information and share actually a part of him. From there, it was beautiful for him to continue doing that for us as a class, and just watching him being willing to take more risks, not only him, but the other students in our classroom. So that's my better work story. my name is Ms. Campos. I work in Eastern North Carolina. I once had a student who we had been working on two-digit addition for about 2 solid weeks. I mean, every day we weren't making progress. She wasn't getting it. And every time I would bring up addition, she would just, do we have to, Ms. Campos? I had to go in and really analyze, how I was teaching it. And so that's when I brought out these base 10 blocks. I showed it to her once, and I was going to try and show it to her a second time, but she pushed me out the way and said, "Excuse me, Ms. Campos," and she went to work. She started assigning values. She started adding all the numbers up, and that's when she got it. She went in with the most confidence, and that's what learning is all about. Learning how to overcome, and also learning how to teach different things in a different manner. And that's my better work story.
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust that you enjoyed your morning breakout. that you have enjoyed lunch. I can tell by the chatter in the room that you are enjoying the conversation at your tables, and that's wonderful. We had a lot that we took in this morning, and so I know there's a lot to discuss. But part of lunch was good food, and now we want to start thinking a little bit more about why we're here, and we have a wonderful, wonderful keynote planned for you. As you know, the keynote will feature remarks from former U.S. Secretary of Education John King, followed by a conversation between Secretary King and Rodney Robinson. We're so excited to have him here in North Carolina. He's the 2019 National Teacher of the Year. Yes. But before we have a chance to hear from the two of them, we have an opportunity to hear from the nation's first education governor, and we are so proud here in North Carolina to claim him as our own. As you all know, Governor Jim Hunt served an historic 4 terms as governor of North Carolina. No other governor has served as long in our state. During that time, he focused on early childhood education, improving the quality of teaching in the state, and strengthening our university system. Just because he's no longer in office does not mean that his advocacy has stopped. And if you all have had a chance to hear him, he travels around the state now and is just as passionate about challenging policymakers, challenging community leaders to really take bold action to ensure that our state's children, all of our state's children, have equitable access to a strong education. In 2001, he formed the Hunt Institute to build on a legacy of bipartisan work in education. The Institute works to design strategy, to shape policy, and to drive educational improvements on the national and state levels. I know he's passionate about public education and that he is committed to ensuring that students are able to see themselves reflected in not only the leaders of their classrooms, but also the leaders of their school buildings. So please join me in welcoming one of this state's biggest education advocates, Governor Jim Hunt.
You're all kind. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I am delighted to be here and to welcome all of you all to my alma mater. You didn't know that, did you? You see, before I was governor of this state, I was student body president here. That's where I learned some of my hell raising. Spotting what's important and figuring ways to work for it and get a lot of people working together. That's what we need to do for education. I want to begin by saying that I am thrilled that you all are here and that we have this program. Now, I've been a part of a lot of groups, a lot of work to focus on education and to find the best people to work on it. Senator Howard Lee's here today, a great leader in North Carolina, now serving on the board at the Hunt Institute along with so many others who are here. But I've seen a lot of efforts to improve stuff, and we've done a lot of it in North Carolina. We got teacher pay up to the national average one time before I went out as governor. We need to do that again. And Roy Cooper is working on it, and I'm to help him. And I want us all to help him. But his staff that took the lead, and the Hunt Institute was proud to work with them, and all the organizations in this program that are a part of it have worked their heads off. This is a marvelous program about one of the most important subjects we have in this country today. So I want to commend all of you all for being here, and I want us to make this not a one-day conference, but an issue and a cause that we're going to work our heads off to do something about in North Carolina and throughout America. And I want to commend the governor's education staff. They've done a terrific job, and I thank them for all they do to support our governor. Now, of all the great folks in this program, I went through it carefully. I don't know how we got all these stars here, but you all are here, and thank goodness. One of the most important, of course, is our luncheon speaker, along with the United States Teacher of the Year. And has he been introduced yet? And I'm not here to do it, by the way. I wish I were. The secretary will do that. But I'm so thrilled to have just met him. John King was a U.S. Secretary of Education under our great education president, Barack Obama. He was born to two public school educators and champions for education equity in New York City. Those are his genes. That's where he comes from. That's what he cares about. Secretary King experienced tragedy early in life, and he credits, a lot of people would do this, he credits his public school teachers, particularly his teachers of color, for saving his life and helping him become a successful person. That's the kind of thing that good teachers do, who understand and who are helpful and who'll go that extra mile to help their students. And his did. He's done many great things in education, and he is now the president and CEO of Education Trust. John, I don't want to embarrass you, but how many of you in this room know what Education Trust is? John, that's more than I thought. But it's not enough, because it's a great organization. And if you want to talk about a group that fights for fairness and equity and opportunity for every child, it's Education Trust. I know everybody in the world wants you to go help them and take their big jobs. It paid a lot of money when you went out as Secretary of Education. I'm glad you took this one, and I commend you and thank you for doing it. So John King is now the CEO of Education Trust, and he's one of the most effective and courageous, and it's one of the most courageous organizations fighting for education for all children in America. You remember that. Education Trust is fighting for all those children. And by the way, they'll tell what's going on very plainly. They don't fudge it. They don't just try to make it sound sweet to some people. They tell leaders, they tell everyone exactly what the facts are and exactly what we ought to do. And y'all keep doing it. I want you to. He's done so many things, but one is giving a name to what we call the invisible tax that educators of color are burdened with. The invisible tax. You need to learn exactly what that is and to make people aware of it. Mr. Secretary, we are so pleased to have you here. You're in a state that loves its public schools. We've got to do more to show that love. And we've got to make sure that people understand the importance of public schools. Folks, when we get too many schools of different kinds and vouchers and things that are taking kids out of the traditional public schools, that our public schools get hurt, we're making a mistake. We are. And North Carolina has sort of slipped into that in recent times. And I want you to know, I think we've got to look at it hard, be honest about it, and figure out a way to do something about it, especially those of you all who are running for state superintendent or the legislature or whoever. So, we are pleased to have the secretary here in a state that loves its public schools, where we have an education governor, and whenever that National Governors Association meets, and you want to make sure that the things that you care about and that we care about are on the agenda, you go to Governor Roy Cooper. He's already a leader amongst all the nation's governors. He fights for public schools here, and he's going to keep doing it, and we got to keep standing behind him. So you're here, John, at a state that appreciates your work, all the work that you have done, and I am just delighted that you're here to help us figure out how to have more well-qualified teachers of color, one of the most important challenges and moral challenges in America today. Ladies and gentlemen, President of the Education Trust and the former Secretary of Education in America, John King.
Thank you so much, Governor. Thank you. Thank you so much, Governor Hunt, for the introduction and for the important groundwork that you laid as governor for the issues we're talking about here today, the foundation that you set that Governor Cooper is now building upon. And thank you also for your extraordinary leadership amongst governors, helping to coach governors from all over the country around the importance of focusing on education. Your service as governor and your service to the country and your leadership of the Hunt Institute are extraordinary, and I'm deeply, deeply grateful. I'm thrilled to be here and to be a part of this conversation. The issue of educator diversity is a deep passion of mine, something that I've worked on throughout my career. As the governor described, much of my values around education are shaped by my own experience in school. The governor mentioned both my parents were New York City public school educators. My mom was a school counselor. She was born in Ponce in Puerto Rico, came to the Bronx as a kid, learned English in the New York City public schools, and wanted to give back to her community and became a school counselor. My father, who was African American, grew up in New York City, in a very segregated New York City just after the turn of the 20th century. And he too wanted to give back to his community, became a teacher and a principal and an administrator. And both my parents gave their whole lives to the New York City public schools. But they both passed away when I was a kid. My mom when I was 8, my dad when I was 12. And as the governor described, the thing that saved me, the reason I'm standing here today, is that I had a series of phenomenal New York City public school educators who made school a place that was safe and nurturing and engaging, a place where I could be a kid when I couldn't be a kid at home. And so whenever I am talking about the issues of teacher diversity and the difference that teachers make in kids' lives, I think about Miss D. Miss D was my teacher in 7th grade social studies, Celestine Desajor, and we all called her Miss D. Now, Miss D was my teacher at Mark Twain Junior High School in Coney Island. She taught us in 7th grade social studies, and at that point, my mom passed when I was in 4th grade, when I was 8. And I lived with my dad. My dad was sick with undiagnosed Alzheimer's. So by the time I was in Miss D's class in 7th grade, I was basically keeping our household going. I was figuring out how to get food in the house, figuring out how to pay bills, figuring out how to just keep our household going. I didn't know what my father would be like from one night to the next. Some nights he was sad, some nights he was mad, some nights he talked to me, some nights he wouldn't. And so a lot of times in class, I would sit in class thinking about what was going on at home, what my father would be like that night, how I was going to get food for the next day. But in Miss D's class, I was focused on school. In Miss D's class, I was inspired about the history that we were learning. In Miss D's class, I was focused on being the best Aztec sportscaster there had ever been when we did our Aztec news project. Right? And those experiences, her classroom saved me. I had the chance when I was in state government in New York to go back to my school. Miss D was still teaching in the same classroom. I went back to be principal for a day. And I walked into her classroom, and she said, as many social studies teachers will say, I got something to show you. And she goes to these huge cabinets in the back of her classroom, which all social studies teachers have. And she climbs up on a little chair and starts rifling through things above the cabinets. Do you know that she pulled down the photos, the collage of photos from our Aztec newscast project? That she remembered that we did that year, that she knew where it was on top of those cabinets. And then she talked about each of the kids in that class. But Miss D inspired me. She was one of the first teachers of color that I had. And in her classroom, there was a sense of safety and a spirit of learning that was transformative. So I think about our conversation today in that context. How do we ensure that all of our students have access to those kinds of experiences? How do I ensure that for my daughters who are in 8th and 11th grade in Montgomery County, Maryland Public Schools? How do we ensure that for all the kids in all the classrooms across the state of North Carolina? And the reality is we gather today because we are not doing enough. And today's conversation is so important because it's an opportunity not only to talk about it, but to be about it, to commit as a community to change that reality. Now, you heard about the research. You heard from Constance Lindsay and others about the compelling research about the impact that teachers of color can have for students. The study, for example, that shows that having a black teacher just one time in elementary school can have a profound impact on the likelihood of African American students dropping out of high school, reducing the dropout by 29 percentage points, even more for African American boys, low-income African American boys. You've heard the research. We know the difference, but yet we aren't doing the things that are necessary. And you know the reality in North Carolina, that 26% of the students are African American, but just 15% of teachers are African American, that 17% of the students are Latino, but just 2% of the teachers are Latino. We aren't doing a good enough job, and so we gather today with the question, what can we do better? And I'm so grateful for Governor Cooper's leadership in establishing a task force with the charge to do better, to improve the diversity of the teacher workforce in North Carolina. And let me be clear, this is important for kids of color, but I believe it's important for white kids too. I have a friend who points out it's a little bit harder to be racist if you learn calculus from a black teacher. Not impossible, but a little bit harder, right? There is profound power in young people seeing a diverse community of adults who care about their education and care about their future. And so for all our kids, we need to work towards greater educator diversity. One way to think about the stakes is to think about how few teachers of color there are in so many communities across North Carolina. So I think about in Wake County schools, there are 9 white students for every white teacher, 25 black students for every black teacher. In Asheville City, there are 9 white students for every white teacher, 56 black students for every black teacher. When we think about Latino teachers, in Wake County, there are 100 Latino students for every Latino teacher. New Hanover County, 117 Latino students for every Latino teacher. In Charlotte Meck, second largest school district in the state, 169 Latino students for every Latino teacher. The stakes here are very high. We know that teacher diversity also has an impact on the courses that kids access. We've done work at the Education Trust that has shown that there'd be 600,000 more African American and Latino students and low-income students in AP and IB classes if they were in those classes in proportion to their numbers in their school. That is to say, there are schools that don't offer those advanced courses, and that's a problem we have to solve. But we also have schools that are integrated at the doorway and segregated in the hallway because only some students have access to those advanced courses. And what we know is that teachers of color are significantly more likely to refer students of color for those advanced coursework opportunities. We also know we have a problem around school discipline nationally. Here in North Carolina, African American students are more than 4 times as likely to be suspended as white students. But we know that teachers of color are less likely to use exclusionary discipline with students of color. It's important that we do better. So what do we need to do? How should we move forward? And I started out as a high school social studies teacher, and I always assign homework. So I'm going to give to this room 4 pieces of homework as this work of the governor's task force moves forward. First piece of homework is around data transparency. We can't solve a problem if we can't see the problem. And so we have to be transparent about data at the school level and the district level. We've got to know how many teachers of color are in our schools and districts, to what courses they are assigned. We have to know whether they are being hired and whether they are staying. And that's data transparency that we need to hold ourselves accountable. We need similar data transparency around our teacher preparation programs. What is the diversity of the students they enroll? What is the diversity of the students who persist through those education programs? What is the diversity of the students who graduate? And what is the diversity of the students who pass the certification test and end up in classrooms? And we need that data transparency so that we can hold all of our teacher preparation programs accountable for doing a better job of producing the pipeline of diverse teachers we need. So we start with data transparency. The second piece of homework is around improving the pipeline, making the investments necessary to strengthen the pipeline. North Carolina has a tremendous asset in its historically black colleges and universities. That can be and has historically been throughout the country a tremendous pipeline for teachers of color. We have to invest in those institutions. North Carolina, like too many states around the country, has disinvested in public higher education, which has undermined the ability of HBCUs to provide that supply of well-prepared teachers. We have to invest in those institutions. We also have to invest in our community colleges. Across the country and in North Carolina, African American and Latino students are more likely to start out in community college than other populations of students, as are low-income students, as are first-generation students. Community colleges can be a tremendous pipeline of educators if we build strong partnerships between community colleges and our 4-year institutions. We have to invest in grow your own programs. I know there was a bill in the North Carolina legislature called the Develop Homegrown Teachers pilot. We need efforts like that. We need efforts like Senator Jones from Alabama, who's proposed at the federal level something called the Classrooms Reflecting Communities Act. We need those kinds of efforts to invest in getting high school students, college students, folks who work in after-school and summer programs, folks who are paraprofessionals. We need to see those all as potential pipelines for new and diverse teachers. And as we do that work, we've got to create communities of support for those folks. When I ran a network of schools, one of the things that we did to try to ensure a strong pipeline of teachers of color was create a summer program for college juniors who would come and teach in the summer. They weren't necessarily in teacher preparation programs, but they wanted to work with young people in the summer. And we would provide them with housing and stipends and give them the opportunity to work with young people. They would fall in love with it, and then we'd send them back to college with an offer letter to become assistant teachers. So that just like the folks in investment banking or consulting, they would actually come back for senior year knowing what job they could have after graduation. And that became a pipeline, particularly through partnerships with HBCUs around the country for our network of schools, and over time became a pipeline for our alumni, so that we were preparing young people to graduate from high school, go on to college, and then come back to our schools as teachers. Third piece of homework is that we not only have to focus on data transparency and the pipeline, but we've got to focus on retention. We did a report recently at the Education Trust, the title of which was, "If You Listen, We Will Stay." And the report was about as Governor Hunt mentioned, this invisible tax that too often is paid by teachers of color. We heard as we traveled around the country talking with teachers of color, we heard from African American male teachers in particular, oftentimes the experience of being expected to be the disciplinarian at school. We heard from Latino and Latina teachers about the experience of being expected to be the translator for families. Right? And oftentimes teachers would say, I actually don't mind doing those things, but they're not compensated, they're not recognized. When I'm doing them, my colleagues are grading papers and planning lessons, and no one's giving me recognition for this work. We also heard from teachers of color the ways in which they are less likely to have access to opportunities to teach in the advanced courses, less likely to be selected for leadership opportunities within their schools and districts. We also heard quite consistently experience of teachers of color being expected to bear the weight of the leadership around diversity in the institution. Diversity isn't the responsibility of just the people of color in a school or on the team in a nonprofit. It is everybody's responsibility. It's an institutional responsibility. I had the experience when I was a teacher of someone saying to me, hey, John, it's Black History Month. What are we doing this year? Right? It doesn't work like that. Right? It doesn't work like that. That's our collective responsibility. Fourth, and this is important and intersects with this idea of retention, because we know in too many places teachers of color are more likely than white teachers to leave. And some of that, yes, is about their experience as teachers, whether they're getting the right support, whether that invisible tax is getting in the way, whether they're experiencing microaggressions at the staff meeting, right? All of those things matter, whether the compensation is fair, and we have work to do in this state in particular on issues of teacher compensation. But what we heard time and again was also that it's about school climate. Is this a climate that is focused on equity? Is this a climate that is focused on supporting the success of young people of color? If you're in a school where exclusionary discipline is used with 4-year-olds, right, and we know that students in pre-K, African American students in pre-K, are significantly more likely to be suspended from school. If you're in a school where the message to 4-year-olds is, school is not for you, get out of here, that's sending a message to that 4-year-old about teaching, that's sending a message to teachers about teaching. That's sending a message that rejects teachers of color and communities of color. When you're in a school where African Americans and Latinos are not reflected in the curriculum, that sends a message about the school's culture and values. Kids need a curricula that provide windows and mirrors, opportunities to see beyond themselves, but also opportunities to see themselves reflected. When you're in a school that's chronically under-resourced because of inequitable school funding formulas at the state level and within districts, that sends a message about teaching. When you're in a school, when you know students of color are dramatically underrepresented in the advanced coursework opportunities, that sends a message about teaching. So, yes, we've got to work on data transparency. Yes, we have to work on the pipeline. Yes, we have to work on retention. And yes, we have to work on creating school climates and cultures that support the success of students of color if we want to attract and retain teachers of color. So let me close with this thought. What could it look like if we do this work right? Well, I will tell you, I think about a teacher and a student that I worked with when I was a middle school principal. I had a teacher, Miss Science, Catalina Science. Catalina was the only Latina in the math department at Wellesley when she graduated with a math degree at Wellesley. She became a teacher, and she taught 6th grade math at the school where I was a principal. And one of her students was Tiziana Burroughs, Cape Verdean young woman who was in that 6th grade math class, and Tiziana started the math peer tutoring program and was mentored by Miss Science. Well, fast forward about 10 years, I come back to the school, to that same 6th grade classroom, and Tiziana is teaching in that classroom 6th grade math. Now she's the principal of the school a few years later, right? And Tiziana's journey is about her, and she's a brilliant young woman, but her journey is also about Catalina and having Miss Science and having this example of a woman of color in math, a woman of color who's a powerful and effective teacher. Right? She was inspired by that. So the potential here is not just about diversifying the teacher workforce today. This is about the long-term health and well-being of our economy and our democracy. Across the country, a majority of kids in our nation's public schools are kids of color. A majority of the kids in our nation's public schools are eligible for free or reduced price lunch. If we fail as a country to educate low-income students and students of color, we have no future. But if we do that work, if we create school communities that are strong and healthy environments for teachers of color and students of color and school leaders of color, we have the opportunity to build an even stronger democracy and an even more prosperous future in North Carolina and as a country. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk with you all. So now I have the privilege to introduce our National Teacher of the Year, Rodney Robinson. So now, part of what we need so desperately in our country are more equity champions, fearless, tireless equity champions, and that is Rodney Robinson. He is someone who believes that all children can succeed. He is someone who sets high expectations for students and adults alike. He is someone who's deeply committed to identifying and improving the systems that too often perpetuate inequities, both between and within schools. It's teachers like Rodney who are making a difference in students' lives, the kind of difference that will last for generations. Now, nearly 5 years ago, Rodney began teaching at Virgie Binford Education Center, a school inside the Richmond Juvenile Detention Center. And in that work, he has been focused on himself helping to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline. His approach to teaching is collaborative and civic-centered as he promotes the socio-emotional growth of his students along with their academic success. With almost 2 decades in teaching and a wealth of accolades to back up his work, Rodney uses relationship building to develop alternative programs to prevent students from ending up in the school-to-prison pipeline. And it is just a privilege to have heard Rodney speak many times and to see his leadership for the country. I will say, Johanna Hayes, who was the National Teacher of the Year in 2016, African-American woman, social studies teacher in Connecticut. Rodney has the opportunity, I think, to follow in her footsteps. Now, what Johanna did is that after she was Teacher of the Year, she came back to Connecticut and she ran for Congress. So she is now Congresswoman Johanna Hayes. And so I one day look forward to introducing Congressman Rodney Robinson. But for now, I will introduce National Teacher of the Year, Rodney Robinson. So, Rodney, let me ask you to start by sharing with us a little bit about you as a student and the role that educators of color played in your life.
Well, I grew up in King William County, Virginia. That is very rural Virginia. Let's see, my school was about 60% white, 40% African American. Growing up, I was talking about the Johns Hopkins survey and what it said about students who have teachers of color. I didn't need that survey to prove that because I had a teacher in elementary school, 3rd and 4th grade. I had 2, luckily, African-American teachers. And I know the students that were in those classes, most of us went on to college. All of us graduated high school, whereas the African-American students who didn't have those teachers, they struggled. And so I know that that's really, really important to have teachers in elementary grades. And then middle school is, growing up in the 80s, 90s, that's where things happened back during the days of tracking. I was on the honors track. So I was pushed into the honors classes with the other 3 black kids. Literally, we took the same courses from 5th through 12th grade, me and those same 3 black kids with the rest of them. But I don't think people understand that the identity confusion you put into young people of color when you separate them from other people of color. And then you constantly tell them that you're different, you're smarter, you're not like the other people. And I'm like, you mean my brother and my best friends? You know, but I had that growing up, so I was constantly fighting that. And then 5th grade changed everything. I started doing band, but it wasn't because I wanted to do band, it was because band was taught by Calvin Sorrell. He was the only African-American male school teacher in my district. And so he was, in my neighborhood, you know, I had my fathers and other guys, but they were all blue collar. He was one of the few college graduates I came into contact with growing up. And so he taught me basically how to code switch, how to navigate between those two worlds of accepting my friends and family, but also how to function in the academic world that didn't welcome people like me in my county. And so it was really good. Plus he showed me, I mean, he took me to Canada, New York, South Carolina, places I would have never gone. And so I'm forever grateful to him and the opportunities that he supplied me. And then my 12th grade year, my school hired its first black assistant principal, which wasn't done willingly. They just lost 2 discrimination lawsuits my 11th grade year. So they decided, let's go get an African-American assistant principal so we can satisfy the NAACP. But it's weird because we talk about how all students benefit from people of color. I recently had my high school reunion. We're not going to talk about the year. And I remember in that room, there was 100 of us, black and white. Not a single person could name our white principal. But everybody knew Dr. Lewis, the black assistant principal. And so something like that was powerful and what they mean to just all students. And then in my senior year, he made a decision that really changed my life. Because teacher said something racial to me, wasn't the first time. But I was a senior, so I was a little tired of it. I've been dealing with it for some years. So I turned the desk over, said some words I'm not going to say here at NC State University. But I got sent to the office, and when I got to the office, I remember Dr. Lewis sat me down, and he is, you know, so I got a question for you. I'm thinking he's about to ask me if I lost my damn mind. But he asked me, where was I going to college? Now that threw me for a loop for a minute. But then he said, I see you around school. I know you're a smart guy. I know the incidents you're dealing with. Where are you going to college? And so then he told me about Virginia State University. And he told me how that college molded him from a confused teenager to a confident young man. But then after we talked for, it seemed like an hour, you know, and then I went to leave his room, and I was like, thank you, man, I appreciate it. Then he told me to sit down, and I forgot why I was there. And so, but then he made a decision. He said, I'm not going to send you home because I know you're going to go home and do something stupid. But instead, I'm going to give you 5 days of in-school suspension. And then during the first day of in-school suspension, Dr. Lewis came in, and he helped me fill out my Virginia State application. The second day, he helped me fill out my financial aid paperwork. The third day, he helped me research alumni associations and scholarships because he provided that extra equity I needed as a first-generation college student. Because I had all the white teachers tell me about college, but I didn't know anything about the college process. He took the time out of his busy day as an assistant principal to come in and help me navigate the entire college process. And even to the point where when I was a freshman on campus, he would show up from time to time to take me out for a home-cooked meal because we know how important that is to a college kid, you know? But just that extra equity, and when I go into my classrooms, I think to myself, I want to provide those opportunities that Ms. Broadus, Ms. Hall, Mr. Sorrell, and Dr. Lewis provide for me. And so that's one of my motivating factors in the classroom.
Absolutely. So talk about the moment you decided to become a teacher.
That's clearly my mother. My mother, she wanted to become a teacher, but you know, growing up in rural Virginia in poverty, you know, you face those barriers. And so she had dropped out of school in 6th grade to take care of the family because her mother was sick. Then when she went to go back, they told her she was too old. And so she never got a formal education the majority of my life, but she didn't let that stop her. She ran an in-home daycare, and at this daycare, she told us, hey, it's the job of the older generation to make things better for young people. And she often ran this daycare for free. She would tell all the parents in the neighborhood, drop your kids off, some need, pick them up by 5 o'clock. And the parents would do that. And so my brothers and sisters, we joked we had enough kids to play any sport we wanted to growing up because there were so many kids at our house. But every kid felt loved. They felt they were the most important. And then when those kids went home, we still got that lesson of equity with my brothers and sisters. There was 5 of us, but I have an older sister who has cerebral palsy. And I remember my mother would always tell us, say, I don't love you any less than your sister. However, your sister needs more of my time and attention. And so that was that lesson on equity that I learned. And then the biggest lesson she taught me, she modeled it. I remember when I was a freshman in high school. You know, I needed a ride home for practice, but every day my mom would be there taking GED courses because she wanted to get her GED. So I had to sit in the back of the classroom doing my homework while she was in the front doing her homework, learning, teaching other students that same equity she showed us in our household, she was showing with her classmates as she attained her GED. And so that was really that inspiring moment where I saw my mother doing such great things, and I was like, that's who I want to be like in life. And so that's the moment when I decided I wanted to be a teacher.
And tell us about your preparation for teaching and the kind of support you had early in your career.
Early in my career, I was lucky. You know, I often tell people I'm where I am because I had solid mentors during my early years of teaching. I remember my first year of teaching, my mentor was a guy named David Hudson, and he's now an award-winning principal in the state of Virginia. My second year was Rodney Berry. He's now the superintendent of the Department of Corrections Education in Virginia. And so I've constantly had great mentors along the way. However, not every teacher gets that experience. And so it's really important to understand the need for strong mentorship and when you work with new teachers. Because new teachers feel disenchanted. They feel, I can't do this. And so they feel like they're on an island. And if you have a mentor who doesn't look like them, who doesn't have the same experiences as them, then that teacher's gonna feel lonely. And that's the reason why 50% of the teachers leave in their first couple of years, because they don't feel that level of support and they feel burned out. And so it's really important for you to have good mentorship in place and solid community support around those teachers.
And now this is a room of folks who are gathered to think about how we diversify the teaching profession and how we support teachers of color once they get to schools. What advice do you have for them, both on affecting the pipeline of teachers of color and making sure that folks feel supported?
One thing I do is I seek out mentors. I seek out mentees. Every year when we have our district staff development, I'm at the front scouting like I'm, Pat Riley or something, and looking for the young black males who I see that come in and have that right attitude. And I just go up and I introduce myself and I stay in contact with them. I give them my number and I say, hey, call me, I'm a veteran. There's nothing you're gonna go through that I haven't been through. And so we build that solid relationship, and so they can reach out to me when they're going through something. Something as simple as, I need to take this class for certification, recertification, showing them the resources they need. If they're struggling with the test, connecting them with tutors or people in the people that I've known through my network who can help them with that. And so it's really important that we create that community around new teachers. And then also within that, we have to create a community around teachers of color. We have to have a safe space. Far too often we get thrown in positions and situations where we feel like we're on the island. And so when we're on this island, we need to have other people there with us that understand us, that understand our experience. And so we have to work together to make sure that all new teachers, especially teachers of color, feel supported and not overburdened.
Mm-hmm. Now, often when we have conversations about education, the focus is on kind of the typical school, not necessarily schools like Binford. Talk about what is it that people don't know about schools like Binford that they should?
Well, a lot of times, as often in the case in America, when people go to prison, we forget about it. We think that they're gone and we'll deal with them when they get released. However, I think in juvenile prisons, we have a very, very special role because often those students have had bad experiences with education, which is why they're in the juvenile detention center, and they're on a road that's going to lead to adult prison and a life of in and out of jail. And so when they come to us, I often say we have this one moment where we literally have a captive audience. And so it's our job, it's very important that we try to redirect and reset and put our kids on the right track. I tell my kids all the time, I was like, God don't really make no mistakes. And so when you come in here, you're here for a reason. So let's take advantage of this and reset and refocus and move to something positive. And so in our job as educators within that is show them the positive. They've had negative experiences their entire life. It's rare we get a kid who just made a silly mistake. It's usually the result of trauma, their life circumstances, and that's why they're with us. And so we try to surround them with a culture of positivity. And once we build them up, because they're often extremely broken when they come to us. So we have to build them up to show them what they can do, but then also we have to set them on the road to success once they leave us. We have to ensure that they're neighborhood mentors, people that they can go to, people that they can talk to when they leave us, because we can do all the great things on earth, but we send them back to that same toxic situation that they came from, then everything we've done has gone out the window. So we know our job is twofold. To one, make it easier to transition back to education. One of the hardest things in juvenile detention is just transitioning. Something as simple as we changed the name of our school. Our school used to be called Richmond Juvenile Detention Center. Imagine if you're a kid going back to another school with a transcript that says Juvenile Detention Center. You've been labeled from the moment you walk into that building. And so we go with Virgin Benford Education Center. And it's something small like that, but it creates a positive change so that gives the kid literally a second chance to start over new. And so when they go in, they feel more confident, and then they are able to be successful because they feel like I've gotten a fresh start.
I know we're going to turn to audience questions, but I want to ask you've now had the opportunity to travel all over the country. What have you seen around the recruitment and retention of teachers of color in particular that you think folks in North Carolina should know about and hear about?
It's been an interesting experience, I'll say. The good news is that we're acknowledging the problem. A lot of schools and universities that I've talked to, they're acknowledging that they have a problem. However, they don't know how deep the problem is. Because one thing I always do, like when I go to a school and I talk to the students or their education program, I always pull aside the students of color. And I had that conversation of how is this really? I was recently at a school that, I'm not gonna say the name, but they run around boasting that they're the #1 education school in the United States. But the next day I had breakfast with 4 young women of color, and their experience is traumatizing, at that university, and to the point where we're all sitting at a table trying to eat breakfast, but we're all in tears because this was the first time they had somebody they could talk to who can understand their experience. And so how can you go around claiming you're the #1 education school in America, but your students of color feel traumatized to the point where some of them are actually considering quitting college? That's how traumatizing their experience has been. And so we really need to not just say, oh, we're about the work of equity, but actually start listening to people of color when it comes to doing the work of equity. And that's really important. And then also colleges, we need to hire diverse faculty. I went to another university in Maryland, and I got there, and there's a room full of, like most education schools, young white women. But when I sat down to talk to them, rapid fire questions about race, ethnicity, how to relate to students. It was just like, and I asked them at the end, am I the only black person you've talked to in your 4 years in this program? And some of them said yes. And so, and these are young white women, but they want to know, they want to do the work of race, race inclusion, but they don't have people of a different race to show them how to do the work. And so I was pretty much floored, but then again, I thought about it, it shouldn't have been that big a surprise to me, because this is what we do. People hire who they know. And I've seen the university hiring process and understand that It's not too many of us in the room. And we don't have those connections. And so it's important that universities start hiring diverse faculties. I mean, I went to one university that had a program for young black men run by a white woman. I mean, come on. It was comical to me, and so we need to start hiring more diverse faculty if we truly want to attack these issues, because on the surface it seems like, oh, we're talking a good game, but when it really comes to the work of equity, we're not doing a good game. But as long as we can talk it, we're okay. Like one of the universities, when I took a picture with their 3 black males they had in their program, I kind of made a joke, but it was kind of serious. It was, I don't want this to be on the front of your webpage or brochure next week, And when I went home the next day and pulled it up, guess what picture was right on the front of their webpage for their School of Education? And so it's easy to talk it, but it's much, much harder to do the work. And so we need to get more of us in the work of higher education if we want to really do equity work.
What about for school districts and schools? What have you seen either superintendents or principals doing that you would say that's a good set of practices to recruit and retain teachers of color?
Well, it's clearly grow your own programs, and especially we need more of those in minority serving districts, plain and simple. I've seen plenty of Teachers for Tomorrow in the suburbs and in other districts, but I haven't seen many of those types of programs in urban school districts. And so that's really, really important that we start to look at urban districts and start to put the money where our mouth is. And then on top of that, I've talked to some legislators, and they all want to provide scholarships for juniors and seniors, and I'm like, that's not working. The hardest part is getting into college. Juniors and seniors are going to finish because they've done the work for 2 years. We need to start providing opportunities for freshmen and sophomores and high school seniors if we want to get them involved into the work. And luckily, Virginia is starting to roll out a few of those programs pretty soon that are going to target specifically high school seniors, college freshmen, to recruit them into the field of education.
Great, thank you. So now I think we're going to turn to the audience.
I want to thank you all. Plenty of questions have been coming in. And Rodney Robinson, I think the first question I'm going to give to you, and it is, I just lost it there. Okay. What words of encouragement can you provide to teachers who are in schools that have been labeled as difficult or alternative?
Stop labeling yourself as difficult or alternative. A mindset is a positive thing. You have to have a positive mindset when you're working in these types of school, because I often tell them, education is one thing, but a lot of our kids are surviving in those tougher environments. And so as long as your kids are surviving and they're thriving, then don't let anybody else tell you that you're failing, that you're not doing the job you're supposed to do. I worked at a school in Virginia for years that was pretty much labeled the worst school in the state of Virginia. I didn't think that. I thought it was the best school in the state of Virginia. I thought my kids were the best kids in the state of Virginia. And so it's really a mindset change. You can't listen to the outside noise. You listen to those 25 and unfortunately in some cases 40 kids in front of you. They're the ones that'll tell you if you're a success or a failure, not anybody else.
Secretary King, this question of what are other states doing to address gaps that exist between the racial demographics of students and the educator workforce?
Not enough. So, I think there are other states that are doing some work on data transparency. Certainly that's something that Connecticut has prioritized. There are some states that have targeted programs in individual higher ed institutions. There are some states that are putting resources towards bilingual educators, which is a sort of natural pipeline to try to diversify the teaching profession, but it's not enough. California last year, I think, put in $12 million for bilingual educators, right? $12 million in the California state budget is like a rounding error.
That's not a rounding error in this state.
So there's a need, I think, really for folks to go from, as Rodney pointed out, from identifying the problem to taking meaningful, comprehensive action. And it's an opportunity for North Carolina to lead, frankly.
Rodney, how can teachers of color impact students of color when their out-of-school environment overcomes their in-school environment?
You need to take the in-school environment out of school. You know, a lot of times, you know, if you're not willing to go into your neighborhoods and talk to those parents, go to those homes, then you're not doing anything to counteract that negative environment. You're the positive force. You control the climate in your classroom, but if you reach out to those parents and those students and meet them where they are, you can control that environment as well. You know, one of the things I love about one of my students, he always says, I'm the only teacher, me and the basketball coach are the only teachers that stand on the block. But that's a point of pride to me, because when I see my kids hanging out on the block, I'm gonna stop and talk to them. Because what does it say to them if I see them outside and I drive past them like I don't even see them? You know, it says that I don't truly care about them. If you truly want to build that relationships, you have to be the transformative person, not only in your school, but in your community. And if you look at the great principals, those are the ones who make the school and transform their community. They make the school reflective of their, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. But basically the school transforms the community. And so they don't buy into the negative stereotypes or things that people say about their community. They make the school the safe place for everyone in the community to come in, have a good time, and get a quality education.
If you had to give one piece of advice to educators of color, would that be part of what you would say, making the school kind of impact the community? Or
Yeah,
what would you say?
That, but I also would say to go into rooms where you're uncomfortable. You know, go into rooms where you're not welcome, because that's where you make a difference. One of the unique things about this whole Teacher of the Year is I'm getting into a lot of rooms. And when I get into these rooms, I don't see a lot of us. And so I was always been uncomfortable with that. But it's necessary. If we want to make things better for our students, we need to get in those rooms. When I went to Education Commission of the States, which was a gathering of all the state superintendents and policymakers in the United States, I was appalled. There was no open LGBTQ people. There were no immigrants. There were no there was one African-American male in that room, but to quote the old saying, all skin folk ain't kinfolk, you know? So it's really important, it's really important that we get in those rooms. And as uncomfortable as it may be in those rooms, we have to be there. Because when I started doing this National Teacher of the Year, I was like, I don't want to be put in this box of just the alternative teacher, or just the teacher of difficult, they say difficult, but I say at promise students. Yeah. But I want to represent all students. However, when I get in these rooms, no one's speaking for those students. And so I have to be that voice. As uncomfortable as it may be for me, I have to be that voice, because if not, those issues will get looked over, and that's not equity.
Yeah. Secretary King, in your opinion, what is the single most detrimental action happening in classrooms today that schools can and should address right now?
Wow. I more have a list, but look, and you know, this is relevant to this moment in this state. You know, one of the things that teachers do, that schools do, is teach kids about our history. And as we prepare young people to inherit our democracy, they need to appreciate the truth of our history. And to the extent that schools fail to teach young people about the history of slavery, the history of Jim Crow, the history of institutional racism, the history of the Civil War, right, the real history of the Civil War, to the extent that folks fail to prepare young people with the truth of our history, then we end up repeating the mistakes of our past. You know, I think about, that's right, I think about what we are doing at the border, having young people, babies, in cages at the border. And I think if more young people had learned about Japanese American internment in school, we would be less likely to repeat those same mistakes as a country.
So I think...
Can I jump in on?
Yes.
One of the things I feel that schools we need to stop doing is exclusionary discipline. You know, we can't put kids out of school. Because if the purpose of school is to educate someone, how is removing them from their environment educating them? And when I talk to my students, that begins the pipeline. That is where it starts. Some of them was kicked out of school in kindergarten, first, second grade, and so that started that bad school experience. So by the time they get to middle and high school, school ain't for them. And they think that because we told them that school wasn't for them. So it's really important that we stop putting kids out of school and start implementing more restorative practices in our schools to keep them in so that they can actually learn from their mistakes, not just punish them to where they're never going to learn anything and just continue the same behavior.
That answer goes right into this question that I'm going to ask both of you. How can educators work with school support staff, such as school social workers, counselors, and psychologists, to bring the school environment out of school?
Physically go out of the school. You know, one advantage that we had at my old school, we had served a number of the housing projects in the city of Richmond. Well, we're going to move parent night to the housing projects, to their local buildings, their community centers, and so that we're going to bring these services to you. And one thing we're working on in the city of Richmond is we're working on setting up social services, all their community services in the same building. Think about it. If you have a kid who's on probation, he's on, social services, he's in foster care, all these different people are working, but nobody's communicating. So if we put them all in the same building to work together, then first of all, that kid knows he can't game the system, number one. But it also shows the kid that, hey, the system actually has my well-being at heart. I'm not just a number in my probation officer's day. He actually see them every day when I come to school. I can actually get the services for my mother and my sisters when I come to school. And so that's really important that you meet them where they are. Because if you don't, then often parents don't come back to school because the school is the scene of their trauma. And so when they walk through those doors, they have those uneasy feelings. And so therefore, I'm not coming to back to school night. I'm not coming to meet with your school counselor. And so it's important that you just eliminate any barrier or any excuse that a parent can make for participating in that student's lives. Even if that's going to their home every night, you have to do that.
Rodney Robinson, Secretary King, let's give them a round of applause. I don't know about you, but I will not forget hearing Secretary King talk about Ms. Dees and how important it was that she created not just a safe space, but a spirit of learning in her classroom and the impact that has had on you all these years later. And Rodney Robinson, boy, the intentionality of your assistant principal who saw more in you and knew that you could go to the next level. They would both be proud, I'm sure, today of what you're doing. Before we move to the afternoon sessions, I think it's a great moment for us just to pause now and do what I always say, which is to make the work personal, to really reflect on what you've heard today, what you've learned in the sessions, and to think about the fact, once again, that this summit is serving as the official launch of our state's work at improving the diversity among our teaching corps. Earlier this morning, you heard the governor make that exciting announcement of launching the task force, which formalizes his commitment to this issue. So we are at the point in this day where we do have to make it personal and think about how you're going to lead this work in your area to make sure that we are able to have North Carolina be able to stand and say 2 years, 3 years, 5 years from now, that our core of principals as well as teachers are more diverse. Think about this. We've already talked about it. Children of color are half of the students in the state, but many of them have rarely had a teacher or administrator of color. Reflect on what that means when you think about the panel we had earlier, where the evidence was shared with you about how meaningful that is in a student's career. If you think about all of us who are here, whether you are a teacher, or maybe a human resource professional, maybe you're a philanthropist or an advocate or a policymaker, what is it that you personally can do when you go back to work that will make a difference? The stakes are really, I think we would say, just simply too high. Think about some of the activities that will need to be done. It was interesting to me to hear in our session on recruitment, to hear that there are teachers who try to talk students who've raised their hands and said they want to be education majors, to hear that there are teachers who are often talking them out of it. So we have to think about the self-talk that happens, and those of us who are not teachers actively lifting up and supporting our teachers and principals of color as well, because we want people to stay, not just to come, but to stay and to feel supported. We have to make teaching an attractive and inclusive profession in this state. That's what I would love North Carolina to be known for once again. There's no one person who can achieve this goal because we do all have to work together. And we know this work doesn't happen in a silo. Think about it. It's going to complement the targeted focus on equity that's highlighted in the Pathways Action Framework from North Carolina's Early Childhood Action Plan. And we talked about that this morning. It is from cradle to career. So this begins earlier. Think about the chart we had about when you had an educator of color. We started back at preschool. It's also going to complement the state's constitutional commitment through the Governor's Commission on Access to Sound Basic Education for All Students and the State Board of Education's strategic plan. This morning, we've already talked about the fact that our sessions really laid the groundwork, where we come from and where we hope to be going as we drive this work forward to diversify North Carolina's educator workforce. So this afternoon, you're going to have the chance to hear from panels of experts from your own field to find out how they're championing this work, not only across the state of North Carolina, but across the country. Then, in those role-alike breakout groups, that's where you begin the work. Remember, we talked about thinking and doing? Now the doing, the collaborative strategy session, where we really want you to work together to brainstorm actionable strategies to recruit, prepare, and retain teachers of color within your areas of control. It's our hope, we've said this numerous times, that today is just a day. We can look back and say this was the kickoff, but this is not the end. There's a lot of work to do, and it begins this afternoon. So we're going to transition to those breakout sessions. Do you all feel it personally? Are you thinking about what you really want to talk about? You know, I tell my children, the older you get, I think the more it's important to be engaged in meaningful things. So this is your opportunity this afternoon. You're all here because you care about this issue. But speak up. You know, we always tell children, put it in the room. You have a unique idea. Others haven't heard it. But sometimes as adults, I notice we get in rooms and we don't say much. We've got a lot going on up here, but we don't share. So now we have to take our own advice that we often give to our own children or our students, put it in the room this afternoon so that we can collectively work and learn together. So you will find, if you take a look, your breakout sessions and the room numbers where they're located. If you are unsure where 3285, 3221, and 3223 are, I believe they're this way. So if you went that way this morning, you're going to go to the left that way, and there are plenty of people to help you. Are you ready to get to work? Great, it's time. Let's go.